market that doesn't require you going there yourself, but uses someone to help you, is going to put you way far ahead of the game. And yeah, that's that part. So how do I get them? Like we said, there's various ways to get there, but the more you know about how many they are, how they act, where they are, and what they're doing, the better that your marketing strategies are going to be, instead of just blindly throwing money into SEO and other such things. So SEO is great and cool. It's better to have an idea behind it and to do a little bit more targeted than only targeted. All right, costs. There are three main cost categories. The first two, all of you guys are going to have in common, and you're going to share. Those are startup costs. That is the capital social that was put into the business in order to launch it. That's the lawyer, always, or never go cheap on the lawyer. A very solid percentage of startups fail because of problems within the co-founder. Have a good calculated social. If this is your baby and you want it to live and you think it has a future, have a good calculated socios. Write it, make it, sign it, talk it out, hash it out while everyone is still friends. Because legal paperwork isn't there for when everything's good, it's there for when everything goes bad. And then registering your marca, your brands, things like that, those are startup costs. Buying your domain, those are all startup costs. Everybody has them, there's no way to get around them. Second costs are operational costs. Stuff like your employees, your office, your utilities, etc. Those are all common. And then the third are the variable costs. And the variable costs are going to change based on your business model. The variable costs of advertising are very different than the variable costs of asset sales. When you're Amazon, you have to do logistics and shipping and warehousing and stuff like that. So know and understand what your business model is, and then understand the costs that go into doing it. Because then we start to make money. Okay, so revenue is kind of the conclusion of everything that comes before it in the business model canvas. So the revenue, the first part, how do we make money? How do we make money? You've already figured that out because you already know your business model is, right? How long? This is when you're figuring out your lifetime value. You want to know how long people are on average customers. This is something that a lot of people struggle with. I feel like Starbucks' customer lifetime duration is like years. Yeah, we have lifetime value is equals for every user you have, you are going to make money off of them. In our example that we had before, or any example, if you are Spotify, then for every premium user, that's not the way so for every premium user that you have in Spotify, we pay $10 or €10 a month to access our music. More users, more money, right? But at some point, people stop being users. So what you need is a reliable estimate for how long someone might be a user. In the case of startups, this is years. In the case of the project we were talking about before, people don't stay pregnant forever, thank God. So this is going to be possibly, if you start when you're pregnant, maybe an average of 2 years, right? So you start a little bit before you have the baby, it's cute phenomenal when you have the baby, and then you become a baby expert, and you're like, I don't need to talk anymore. I know what kind of diapers I like now. So then this is 21 months in that case. So that is the lifetime value of a user who is an expecting and or a child. 240. So, how do we make money? How do we all make money? How much money? How much money, which is this part, which is if you've done you understand your market and you know how much people are willing to pay for this, you understand your unique values, you know what the value it is that you add to that market, you'll have more or less idea of how to price correctly, or because you've already done a very nice competitor analysis when you're figuring out other people's solutions to your problems, you know how much they're charging. Pricing is a huge long topic for today, but you'll have some idea of how much to charge, which is that part right there. And then when you know how long, and how much, you multiply how much money times how long, you're going to have how much money you take for every person. And then when you've done your big ass market analysis and you know how many people, then multiply this by how many users you have, and you get revenue. Obviously, this is total revenue, you have monthly revenue, weekly revenue, yearly revenue, etc. But this is the component of revenue. So the point is that everything we've done before helps you figure out this. And then, of course, you have your costs, which you figured out in the last part. You take your costs out, and this is how much money you make. And that is the basis of all finance. And you guys are going to talk about in more detail. Yeah. Yeah, but you guys are going to go into more next week. Fran, are you going to do break even?
I'm not really good.
Alright, Carmen, you want me to break even really quick in 10 minutes?
Okay, come on.
Alright.
Not 10 minutes.
5 minutes? Alright, we got it. Where's the what do you also known as an eraser?
Before you have explaining finance, and then you have Fusinago explaining metrics. So you are going to hear about customer acquisition cost and lifetime value like million times during this session. Don't worry.
So we're not doing your sticking your head. You guys want to do yourself one favor. Just read 5 blog articles about it this week and then get to start sticking, because once you start hearing it, you're never going to stop hearing it. Okay, so really quick. You have 2 kinds of costs. You have, or here, let's just do an example. Alright, I sell. What do I sell? What do I want to sell? Ducks? I sell ducks. I sell ducks for $5 each, okay? $5 per duck. Each duck costs me $2. Plus duck. This is called variable cost. I pay $10 per month for my office, my employees, they're slaves. We don't pay them all. My office, my employees, my cell phone, and whatever else in this fantasy world that I'm in, where my fixed costs are $10. This is what we call operational costs. Alright. How many ducks do I have to sell to make 0 profit? Alright, how much profit am I making per duck? 5 times 4 is? Good. How many ducks do I have to sell per month to get to 10? Good. So, when I get to the point when I'm selling 10 ducks a month, I'm making $0 profit, right? Every additional duck I sell after that, I make $1 each. When you hit 0, you're at break even. Here's a question. If I am on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I sell 1 duck, 2 ducks, 3 ducks, 4 ducks, 5 ducks, and 6 ducks. I mean that one. HP. When do I reach break even? Wrong. Because every single one of these months prior to getting to here, I'm losing money every month. Because if I sell 1 duck, I made $1. But I have $10 of some costs. So really, this month, I lost $9. This month, I lost 8. This month, I lost 7. This month, I lost 6. This month, I lost 5. This month, I lost 4. So I still haven't hit break-even yet. Okay? So there's two ways to measure break-even. You can measure break-even in number of ducks. I need to sell 10 ducks a month to reach a monthly break-even, or I need to sell a total of considerably more ducks to reach break-even in general, or you can measure it over time. In month 18, I'm going to reach break-even. So when people ask you about break-even, they're either talking about a number or a break-even. Okay? And that's the basic concept of break-even. When people ask you for it, this is the information that they're looking for. Okay? So that's a very basic overview of what it is. And really quick, interesting point, if you sum up all the money you lose every single month, that's how much investment money you should be asking for. Because these are all the costs that your investment dollars are going to need to cover until you get to the point where you have a sustainable business. So when people say that they want to raise $200,000, most of the time they just make up the number and they ask for it because that's what they think they should be asking for. But what they were to justify what they're asking for, these are the numbers that you look at. Okay? And the total is more or less what you should be asking for. And that's pretty much it. And I guess just in summary, don't write a gazillion-page document before you have to. Really think through this. And if you think through things in this way, most people come up and they're like, my startup is I want to create a social network for roller players.
Now that wasn't a year.
That was last year.
Social networks.
Thank God. Anyway, don't come up and say what you do. And don't think about your project that way. Have a really good problem that you want to solve and that you're passionate about solving. And once you have that mentality, it's going to be much easier for you to change. It's going to be much easier for you to say, maybe this part of the problem is a bigger problem, but there's a different problem than this. Or maybe this isn't the solution, but this part is. Or maybe this isn't the right way to approach it, but this is. And the more you have that mindset, the more flexible you're going to be. And that's the whole idea of not doing business plans, because once you write the 40 pages of what your startup is, you feel very locked into that mentality, and you feel like you're stuck with it. The whole idea of the Lean Startup Canvas and the idea of continually iterating is that you don't have to feel that way, and that you can change more quickly, more agilely, and then you can have a product that's better positioned to solve your problems and for your focus. Okay? All right, thanks.
Okay. For the record, I use Linux. I don't know. Okay. I don't approve. I don't approve. Let me start number. Where is the thing?
It's over there, by the plants. Over there, by the plants.
Okay. Thank you guys. Okay, so like I said, we will talk more about your finance each one week. This week I want you to focus on clients. Okay? I'm going to talk a little bit about Lean Startup. This is, maybe you remember last week I gave you this valuable explanation about what a startup is. This was said by Steve Lamb, it's a guru of startups. He wrote this very big book that I only know like a couple of persons that has read the whole book. I call it El Libro Bárbaro de Petete, and it's full of useful information and details and step by step how you can do a little startup. There was a couple of books written before, it was wrote before by his student. There was Eric Rice. That was the one that made this Linux startup thing famous. And it's interesting, it has a lot of stories, and it's good. It could help you to get around the idea of what Linux startup really means. Or you can read this one. I heard that it's better. Read this one or the other, don't bother to read both of them. I heard that this one is even better than what I read before. So, what is Linux startup really means? What Linux startup tries to do is to avoid people using their time building something that nobody wants. That's it. You get that a lot, especially with developers. We feel like it's better for us to hide in the cave and start coding and do the perfect product we have in our minds. The thing is that most of the times when we go out and we try to sell a product, nobody wants. So what Linux Startup tries to do is to avoid that. Linux Startup came from a couple of ideas. Toyota in the 50s and between the 50s and the 70s developed a methodology. The idea was to create value that reduces the work investment. So they perfected how they do cars, taking away anything that gives value, anything that didn't give value to the final product, to what the final users perceive. It was revolutionary in how things were built. And Linux Startup takes a lot of ideas from this, but also it takes a lot of ideas from Agile. Agile is it has a lot of methodologies like Kanban and Scrum, but it's really more like an ideological approach to software. It was born with software. After that, a lot of people apply Agile ideas to other businesses. But the first people that applied that was software developers. So they meet in the 80s, I think, and they, no, not the 80s, right? 90s? I don't remember the exact date. I thought it was the 80s, but maybe it was the 90s.
Maybe I won't know.
I'm not sure the exact date. Because it is?
Last century.
Last century? So at the end of the last century, another programmer was very excited about how things were done. They decided to do a manifesto. What the manifesto said is that they prefer individuals and interaction over process and tools. What that means is that we are not machines. Like we don't have to work all like a very well tuned machine. Like we recognize that people developing software are people, and that people that are going to use this software are people too. And we care about them. We care about their particular way of work, and we appreciate that. We embrace that instead of trying to make people work all the same way. From this also came another trend that say that software developers are artesanos, like artesanos of the software. There's a lot of controversy about it. That the idea is to instead of trying to make everybody think the same way and code the same way, to embrace that we are different and that we have to pay attention to people. And We organize, again, methodologies try to organize the teamwork, listening to what people have to say, and listening what the clients or product owner, the person that represents the people that are going to use the software, trying to listen to what they have to say or what they think. Also, working over comprehensive documentation. If you are a software developer, you understand what I mean. It's more important than to do a lot of documentation that nobody is going to read. It's more important to do software that works. Customer collaboration or negotiation. The customer is not your enemy. Okay? When you use traditional methodologies, sometimes you end up hating your customer or the final user or wherever that hired you to build the software. You end up hating them. And why? Because they change things all the time. And we hate the customer changing things. But with a startup, it's not, your customer is not going to go to you and tell you to change things. You have to go to the customer and ask them, hey, you want us to change things? You have to be paying attention to your final customers. Even if you are business to business or you are business to client, it's different the way you approach to them and try to learn from them. But the key is that you have your idea of what they need, but reality is very different. So you have to be open to learn every step of the way what they want and what they need and adjust to them, adjust to reality. Don't complain because they don't understand your software, they don't understand your platform, or they don't want to pay for your product in the way that you have developed. Complaining is not going to give you money. So if you are working in a normal company where you can negotiate the terms, and then when the clients say, oh, I want to change this, I want to change that, you say, we have this email signed, so have you? No, you that's bad. I think you shouldn't do that. But if you have a contract, you can do it. With a startup, you cannot do that. Because people are just a click away from your competition, so you are going to lose. Okay? So you have this idea in your mind of what your product is going to be, but it matters what you think it's going to be, but you have to figure it out how to make that a reality, and even more important, how to make that a reality that somebody is willing to pay for it. Okay? If you have a lot of money and you want to develop a very expensive hobby, it's okay. Like I have tons of those, and I'm planning to do them because it's fun and because I want to do them. But if you really plan on living of that, doing that as a business, then clients will be avoided. To avoid waste. So back to the avoiding waste. What I want you to do this week, your homework, it's going to be go for the customers. Okay? The first thing you need to understand is, like Hayden said, the pain. You have to find somebody that really care about what you are trying to develop. So don't think first the product and then the customer. Try to find at least the lean startup way is to first think about your pain and then think about the solution. Because we have a lot of people that say like, oh, I developed this cool thing and now I want somebody to use it. Well, when you have a hammer, everything are nails. But it doesn't work that way. You have to find some problem to solve that somebody cares so much about it that goes to play with that. So the lean startup methodology, what it says is that you first find the problem, okay? And to validate that problem, you have to do, and you have to find the customers, okay? So what's the problem and who has this problem? In the case, for example, of Tetuan, you will have people that are at home and don't have a lot of time or don't have a lot of money. And then you have people that don't have time and have money and want very healthy meals. Okay? So probably your client is the people that are going to pay. But I will put both of them in the business model canvas. So you can understand both of them because you have to find both of them and you need them to care enough so they sign up in your platform. Okay? So you have to put the deposit there and put the clients and the facilitators. Like they could be in this one it's not, but in the other business model canvas, you have the people that cook the meals really in another slot, in another box, that it's the key partners. Okay? It depends. So how do you validate this? You have to do interviews. Okay? Most people do interviews wrong. And it doesn't matter how many times I tell this, I say this, but people get it wrong. But people say it's like, I'm going to do this cool thing. It's cool, right? You're going to pay for it, right? And people say, yes, because you are so nice and I don't want to tell you to your face that I don't care about what you have to sell. No, that's not good. Especially not in the program interview. Okay? Separate problem interviews, solution interviews. First, you have to do problem interviews. In the problem interviews, you don't mention your solution. Okay? Why? Because if you mention your solution, then you're not going to learn what you want to learn. There's a lot of techniques to do problem interviews. What you don't have to do is this. Okay? You don't put forms online and try people to fill in the form. Don't do that. Why? Because if you do that, then most people are going to answer what you expect them to answer, and you are not going to learn what you want to learn. This is fine when you want to validate how big is your market or some specific things once you already know your customers. But when you want to validate who your customers are, it doesn't work like that. What you have to do is to sit with people and listen to them. Tell them, hey, I want to know everything about your product. Okay? So you decide, you guess who you think your customers are as accurate as you can. You could have different kind of customers, and you sit with them and tell them, okay, I want to know everything about you, and I want to know how you work every day, and what's the things you really care about, and please tell me all these problems you're telling me, which ones are the most important for you. Don't tell them, oh, I think you have this problem, right? It's very important. No, listen to them, okay? And then tell them, okay, so this problem you had a magic wand that could solve it in the best way possible. What that magic wand will do? That way, we're going to learn a lot of them. Okay? So that's the interviews. We are going to send you some chapters about doing good interviews. I wanted to read one of them. I would send it. It's Spanish in Startup. Some friends of us wrote a very, very cool book, and they are Spanish and they are awesome. And it's for free, so you can do that. And we're going to send you the chapter about interviews, but also in the letter you have several pages about doing good interviews that is useful too. So you can find how to do interviews there. Please read one of those before going to asking people. Okay. And then after we have the problem figured out, we want to validate all the solutions. Okay. Don't do problems interviews and solution interviews the same day. Why is that? Because then you have already figured out the questions before listening to people's problems. That's not what you want to do. Listen first, digest the information, and then try to validate your solution. The idea would be that you decide what your solution is after you have think about what people really want. That's not going to be your case because most of you have already figured out more or less what you want to do, but that's not the best way to do it. So it's a good thing if you try to do this before you start coding, because then you are more willing to change and pivot. When it's just an idea in your mind and you don't have something done, it's easier for you to pivot. Cavatio is not going to do that, of course, because they already have another person. But maybe it will help you to prioritize what you want to do. So the solution will be here. The solution and your unique value proposition. It's the unique value proposition should be part of the solution, but it's also part of your company, of what you do. Right? By this, you will learn some things about this in the problem interview. Because if, for example, you empathize with what they really care, then you could put that in the message of your startup, in the community you want to develop. Try to think what your customers really care about. Depends on who your customers are. You will find what is most important for them. So it doesn't make sense if you have a very strong community for people that don't care about that. It's still you have to try to empathize with them and connect with them. Also, it will help you to develop the brand. And customer product market fit is between your customers and the solution you want to sell to them. Okay? So you have to try to find a solution that really solves the problem the customers have. And the other business model canvas is value proposition and customer segments. And like I said before, key partners are people that help you with that. Right? Sometimes if you are using shops to sell something, then sometimes the shops are your clients too. You can pivot, and these shops are your clients, or art galleries, or depends on what you do. So that's a good thing that we use POSIT, because we can change things very easily, and we can shape our business model depending on who is most interested in paying for the service. And my favorite part, MVPs. I love MVPs. And most people don't get what an MVP really is. An MVP is an experiment. So you want to validate some things you have here. You think, oh, I think people are going to pay for this. Or, I think my clients are these people. Well, you want to validate that. You want to learn something. It's not the minimum version of your product that gives you money. Okay? Well, you can call that an MVP. A lot of people do that. But that's not the idea behind an MVP. An MVP is an experiment that you do to validate something that you don't know. So you sit looking at your canvas and think, okay, I know these things for sure, I have validated them, but these things I don't know. I'm going to learn about it. So you can go and do interviews. That's the first thing you have to do. But after that, maybe you have to develop some software to validate if they are really going to use it, or if this really works, or whatever. Do an experiment. What's the most important thing about an experiment? A lot of you are chemical guys, so you know about science, how science works. What's the first thing you have to define when you do an experiment? Exactly. So, what's are the results you expect. For everybody, our babies are very beautiful. So, if we don't decide what are a good outcome of the experiment before doing the experiment, then everything is going to be fine, and the people who review, they don't say what we expect them, they are this target customers, and we dismiss everything we learned because it's not what we thought it should be. Okay? So, write down before you do the experiment what you expect and what do you think is going to be a good outcome and what is going to be a bad outcome. Okay? So, in order of gimmick, I put an MVP on my own. In this slide, I used to explain the tacos business, the tacos MVP because I think it's perfect. It's very, very good. But you have it on the Lean Startup book. I'm going to explain one of my own. If I have time. No, I don't have time. Okay. But I'll explain very, very good. So I did an MVP a few ago. I did wrong. I learned from my mistakes. Because what I did is, I want to do this very cool algorithm, so I'm going to build it and then see if I can make money with it. So it was not a really good MVP. But the thing is, I used to have a lot more weight than I have now. And for me, going shopping was a nightmare. And I had to put on a lot of clothes before I find anything that really looks good on me. And I have a friend who was a personal shopper, that is a personal shopper, that she gave me very good advice about how to pick clothes and know who is going to look on me before putting on. Like most people think, more male people think that women like to put on clothes. That's not true. We like to put on clothes that looks good on us. We hate to put on clothes that make us look too fat or too big or whatever. We hate that. So for me, it was amazing to know that because I was a guitar back then, and now I am an actor. I knew what kind of clothes I have to put on, so I saved a lot of time. So I talked with my friend and asked her, okay, how do you give this advice? How do you do this? And she told me like a few parameters that she used. And I said, I can do that. So I can do software that do this. And it's going to be awesome. So what I did is this. The thing is, to do the whole thing, I would have to do a very complicated algorithm with all the parameters and all the type clothes and everything, and I didn't have time to do that. I didn't want to do that. So what I told my friend is, okay, here are 50 dresses from the product that they have online, and you can buy online. I made her to classify which type of figures look good with this algorithm. And we do a recommender, so we have people taking their size, and then they put on a board, and they recommend the dresses, and we could buy online. It was very, very cool. And we implement the idea. It's not about MVP because it saved me a lot of time. I could really show to people, and I could really have people using my stuff, even if it's not the whole thing. I didn't need the algorithm. I could take it. Like it's the best way to validate something to fake it. But after some months and after learning a lot about the startup, I discovered that it was not a real MVP because I didn't know what I wanted to measure before I did the experiment. So everything was fine. And people told me, it's very cool, I really love it. And I was really happy about it, and that's it. That's vanity metrics in some way. And you don't do that because you are not learning anything. Okay? And it was fun. It was very fun. We want you to keep working on your lean startup canvas for your business model canvas every week. We are not going to ask you to upload every week, okay? But the idea is that you keep working on them. This week, what I want you is to do problem interviews. Validate who your customers are. Okay? Go and talk to them. If you just do that, I will be happy. Next week, you are going to focus on the solution. You are going to write who the top features for your product are going to be. And if you have time, it would be cool if you go and do the solution interviews and talk to your potential customers about what they think about these features. Okay? But the most important thing first is that you validate that who your customers are. Really. Any doubt? Questions? Yeah.
Regarding the MVP, and found that for software, it's, let's say, quickly, because you can build something from scratch in a short time. But for hardware, not using a cookie box or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I come from hardware, so.
And by the way, I didn't mention we have amazing people. We have everybody that is one of the best hardware guys I know, and we have Cesar from Next Space, another awesome hardware guy. And we have David that is going to be this week. And Indra from Ironman. Great guys. Right,
so MVP is an experiment. It's not software or hardware. It doesn't matter whether your product, your final product, you think it's going to be software or hardware. It's an experiment to validate or invalidate something. So maybe you don't need to build anything. Maybe you need to build software to validate hardware. So don't think that you could build something physical or something software. Think what's the hypothesis you want to validate. I think what's the easiest way to validate. And probably it's neither software or hardware, it's something else.
Abi did a great MVP about his startup, Karim Box. You can tell us about it.
Okay, so
now, it's sad because we have still Jimmy and...
It's 1 minute. It was, as you said, well, everybody said it was a great MVP, but it wasn't. Maybe it was not solving or validating my hypothesis. Basically, where the product that we were trying to validate was a system to make telephone calls easier. We were thinking about our target group was elderly people. Okay? So, but to build the thing, so it was a physical thing. So that's why I think it was not a good MVP, because we didn't need to have built that MVP in the first place. But basically, we should have asked how all people talk on the telephone, who they want to talk to, what are the problems they have. And we thought, oh, they have problems, they have remembering numbers. But that was not, you don't need an MVP like a physical box that made calls to validate that. There are easier ways of doing that. So you go to a
sorry, I have to do because
sorry.
we don't have much time. Like I said before, MVP is not a minimum version of your product. You have to decide what you want to learn and design an experiment to learn that. And it doesn't have to, you don't need that to have anything at all to do with your product. Just what you want to learn. So first decide what you want to learn, and then we have to have an MVP that you use. Okay. Now we have Jimmy, and he's the one that is running Tetuan in Barcelona.
Hi.
You call yourself a master or how you call it? Okay, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about content as it can apply to a startup, because one of the things that you're probably going to have a very big problem with, aside from how do I build an MVP, what do I build, how do I get people to give a shit about what I'm doing? That's going to be a fundamental problem, because all of you will technically be able to build lots of things. But how do you make people care? That's a big problem. So, I only have about 30 minutes at most, and this presentation could probably go an hour and a half. So I'm going to run through some stuff. If you have questions, let's wait until the pizza, and then you can harass me if you want, and you can email me later. So, just briefly about me. In 1994, I started with America Online. To me, it was a fucking revelation, because all of a sudden, I could talk to people that had similar interests. I could filter them in chat rooms. It was amazing. All of a sudden, I was connected to people where if they liked a particular hobby, if they liked a particular whatever, all of a sudden you can talk to the people that you wanted to talk to. You didn't have to go and spend countless amounts of who knows what, just bumping along through life, talking to people who are meaningless. All of a sudden, if you like knitting, if you like cars, if you like food, there was a chat room of a bunch of freaks that like the same thing. Me, that was a revelation that I think shaped a lot of the person that I am today. So, in 2010, I started building a YouTube channel where I teach people what I know about sewing and pattern drafting. Today it's grown to over 3 million views and about close to 30,000 subscribers. So, that's been a whole learning experience into itself. And in 2012, we started a podcast for an association that's been featured on the iTunes store. And the amount of very hardcore fans that you can get into a long-form audio podcast by having people listen to you for hours on end, you can't buy advertising like that. When I would go to meet people afterwards, whenever we were in events, they come up to you like they know you. They come up to you like you're their person. They talk to you like they've been listening to you for hours. You just don't know that. So, this was another intense experience that really leads to discovering that there's a lot of people out there that need something to care about. So, all of you are building things that technically are great. You just have to find out how you can make people care about it so they will want to follow you from your initial process of launching a dog shit MVP to following you along this process of improving. You want these people with you. They're going to be like your family. So we need to create content around them. Right now I work for a company that in the past 6 months I've taken in from on their Facebook from 79 comments to over 3,000, and for 300 shares to over 6,000 shares. This has been a shit ton of sales. Sales have been going really good. And it's just through Facebook engagement. That's it. We're not doing anything different. We're not creating pieces of content that cost hundreds of thousands at all. At most, we might be taking a couple pictures, or even just repurposing content that we've already had. This is not hard to do. I'm gonna see if I can go through this theory rather quick, because then I'll go into examples of pieces of content that I built for them, just for Facebook, because I think that's one of the platforms that you should really focus on to gather your community. So everything starts and ends with the customer. You're not working for yourself. You're working for someone else. You're just a person who happens to have an inspiration to go about building something. But everything will always start and end with the customer. If this person doesn't give you money, you don't have shit. So you better take this serious. You better love them. You better enjoy spending time with them. You better enjoy caring for them. Because they are your end all. If they don't like you, your bank account is zero. It's basic, baseline knowledge. So everything starts and ends with them. So all your decisions for everything that you're going to do, think about it when you're the customer. What would this person want to engage with? Would they want to engage with this type of MVP? Would they want to engage with this type of Facebook content? What do they want to engage with? Because it's not about you. You're just a person creating, let's say, by the hand of God. But they're the ones that are going to give you all that energy you need. And money is energy. You don't have no money? Shit. So, this is my favorite brand. They're not perfect by any means, but after you know it's for somebody, your message anchors an emotion. That emotion, you never find. If you are about making people happy, all of your content has to have that same anchor. You don't go stray, because you need to be relevant. Okay? So, an emotion anchors your brand. And Nike, whenever you think of Nike, you automatically, you can almost even smell the brand. It's that hard to watch. So, they're basically all about helping you reach that higher internal vision that you have of yourself. They allow you, they give you the ability to buy all this sports equipment, beautiful shoes, expensive shirts, and you might probably never even sweat. But just being in it makes you feel like you're doing something. So, the message, you need to anchor a particular emotion, and you need to drive that emotion. As Gavin said, with the pain, you need to make them feel that pain. You need to drive that emotion through the person's eyeballs, retinas, brain, heart, stomach. They need to feel it. And they need to associate you with something very critical. Goals. There's a bunch of different goals. Each one has a particular story. These are vanity metrics. These don't fucking matter. You don't sell shit when you have these. You have nothing here. Okay? Focus on this. How can I create content that gives me sales? Or at least leads. Likes and follows are not leads. They're just ghosts. They're just ghosts that amplify a number. That number does not matter. Minimum viable content. Before you start making this excuse, oh shit, I need a camera, I need a production. No, you don't. Selfies are creating business opportunities for people on Instagram that you can't even imagine. I search for these people on Instagram, and I find them, and we build partnerships with them, and we develop really, really intense human relationships with them. Because if we can get them to sell our product, they can make money, we make money, everybody's happy, they keep taking their selfies, they're happy doing what they're doing, and we keep growing. So, they do it like this. If you like it, it's that simple. So, minimum viable content is, what's the minimum that I can do just to project this emotion? You don't need to have a production studio in Hollywood to record a video of yourself saying, holy shit, we fucked up, we're fixing it, I'm sorry, if you have a comment, leave it below. You can do that, people love that. Because people are engaging with very human brands now. This isn't an automated, let's get the Soccer Bowl movie marketing team to create a campaign to say we're sorry. No, just turn on your phone and say you're sorry, and people will love you for it. It's weird, but they love you. So, when you have no idea of what content to build, this is the content you build. People go through this particular cycle online for everything that you're going to sell. All of these steps have questions. Figure out those questions, answer them through beautiful content, keep it simple, that's your content strategy, infuse it with a particular emotion. You don't need more than that. Each one of these has questions. Answer those questions, these people will find it. A little oversimplified, but that's the idea. Okay? Calendar. You should not be thinking about content. You should be executing content. You should spend 1 week thinking about content, filling in this calendar, and making sure that for the next year, you're not thinking, you're just executing. You know that on June, whatever it is, 15th, there's Father's Day. So I should be building in April Father's Day content. This calendar will save your asses because you don't have to think. Because you got other shit to think about. Because you're a team of one, maybe two. Figure this out in a week and just execute over time very simple pieces and concentrate on validating and getting sales. But this is crucial. This will help you a lot. So develop a content calendar. Medium. Right now, pictures are what's moving everything. Beautiful picture gets reshared. Well, all these stupid cats, and I like cats, get shared. Because they're cute. They target emotion, get shared. Video, very simple to use. If anybody here is trying to get ranked on Google, good fucking luck. Okay? You have to have a shit ton of money. But YouTube is a backdoor. And it's not too hard. So there's a lot of possibilities of creating really, really interesting video content that will get you ranked for certain keywords and key terms, more likely key phrases that are relevant to your startup that might lead you, maybe not to sales, but to leads. To qualified leads, because you're competing in a relevant phrase. Audio, I'm a big fan of podcasts. I really recommend it because once you start getting a user base that is really into what you're proposing of building, and this means that they don't have to be customer, this could be free product, customer development. If they start listening to you, you can begin indoctrinating them into your philosophies, your theories, your company, everything that you stand for. And there's no better way than accompanying someone on a 1 hour run. Because you really drive home the message. And it's very simple to produce. Text, I hate writing, but find somebody who does it. That if you don't enjoy it, channel. Face-to-face is a channel to deliver content. Okay? So, meetups, events, all of these things will set you apart from the competition. One of the easiest, hardest ways to gather a group of people that you want to sell some shit to, produce an event for them. Gather them. Give them a physical excuse to go participate in something, and you have all their emails, and you have them there, and you can harass them all you want. Because you own them for that particular amount of time. Facebook is practically God. YouTube is his right-hand man. And all this other shit is cute, but you probably don't need to do it right. I would suggest Facebook, like, absolutely without a doubt, and maybe YouTube. Okay? Distribution, how am I going with time? Am I right? Okay. Distribution, these are the ways that you're going to find people to push out your content. This is just like vanity metrics. It's a fucking illusion. So, if you reach viral or mass media, awesome. But try and go for blogs and influencers, friends and community, but here, you need to get to these people. We'll look at all that. Alright, too long to read. These massive posts, they glanced over, you invested hours of your life, nobody's fucking reading it. Make a video, keep it to 2 or 3 minutes, because what you need to do is be prolific. Yeah, be prolific. So, too long to read, keep it short. Batching. Instead of doing 1 piece a day, hunker down on a Saturday or Sunday, produce 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 pieces, however much you can, and go it out over a month or a week or however you have it. Republish. Just because you published it once doesn't mean you can't publish it again. You can repurpose it, you can reformat it. You can make it shorter, longer, add pictures, take republish. Curate. This is going to save your asses. Because you begin to use other people's content. So, it's so important that we give it a particular little section. This is my workflow for curated content. Very simple. I use Feedly. I follow a bunch of blogs that are relevant to my customer. Okay? Relevant to my customer. Relevant to my customer. This is not about what we like. This is about what they like. So, in this example for yoga, I found that because the company that I'm working for right now deals in yoga products and services a whole bunch of shit. This community also really enjoys food. Vegan food, vegetarian food, and all types of weird shit. So I follow those blogs as well. So I have a list of blogs that I follow. I have them all here. I go through, and then you have also another tool called BuzzSumo, which will give you, depending on key term, it'll list the top shared pieces of content for the week, the month, so on and so forth. You can figure out what to share by looking here. So, after I find content, I open them all from tabs, I look through, make sure it's relevant, make sure it's quality, make sure it's something that I would want to represent the brand, because not all content that you want to push out to your community, just because it's food related, doesn't mean you should put your stamp of approval on it. So, review it, it doesn't mean you have to read it, just review it, make sure it's not bullshit. And then I go into I use Sprout Social, basically, that's what I do. So I go in a program. What this does is it allows me to program, automatically send this out every X hours every day. And there's also a buffer involved. So I do that. So during 1 hour, I go through hundreds of blog entries. I probably in 1 hour schedule out content for a week for Facebook. So it's automatically getting published out in 1 hour. Okay? Now, pieces of content. Think about larger pieces of content as opportunities to create something unique. So, for example, here you have an online summit. What you can do, for whatever it is you want to do, get 4 or 5 experts. Say, hey, I want to do a free summit for people who like this thing. Get them all together, you can pre-record some interviews, put them in a landing page. You can do some kind of squeeze form, get them all the way down there, take their emails, give them content. You have leads. Okay? Then you have stuff to sell. You can share the leads with your collaborators, and that's a way that you can begin leveraging also influencers in your space. Hey, influencers, let's do an online summit. Let's create, like, you talk about how to this, you how to that, and we start pushing it out. Moz has a beautiful guide to SEO. That's a huge piece of content that drives a shit ton of traffic and tons of links to them. You have interactive infographics, which if you like to code a program, this is your shit right here. Because you find data, and you make it look awesome, and your little mouse can hover over it when things happen. People like that shit, and they engage and they share, which is the most important thing. Word Blend. This, probably some of you might have heard of it. It's a company that makes blenders, which for $50 created, hey, let's take a blender, throw an iPhone in it. They actually started off with golf balls. Just throw golf balls in it, our blender fucks them up. And people view this on YouTube and they share it because it's novel. That's it. You can, I mean, it's easy for them because they have a very visual and sensory product. But you can also figure out what you can do with video. Are you going to take a picture? No? So, and then you can also create a fucking amazing blog. These Basecamp people have an entrepreneurship blog that drives tons of traffic to them of entrepreneurs, and hey, we just happen to have a tool for entrepreneurs. So maybe you'd like to use it. Their content doesn't talk about their tools. Their content talks about relevant things to the community that will eventually use their product. If you're stuck right here, go to Pinterest and search. You don't know what to create for an infographic? Type in infographic, and you'll see the shit that's getting most shared. It'll save you time. You have to hack through this because you don't have time to be creative. You need to have a structure to just pump out content because this is about volume. This isn't about, hey, 1 post a day. Fuck that. If I could post 30 times a day, I would. There's just not enough really quality content to do. Also, customize stuff. So, for example, you can just copy and paste the link from a site, which you'll probably get a shared image like this, or you can create your own shared image and really make something that pops. Because right now, everybody's searching all the traffic on Facebook, mostly it's coming from mobile. So mobile traffic, that image isn't engaging, they're going to scan right by it. And whatever you wanted to promote has just fallen into ether. So like this. Competitors, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. Scroll down their feeds. Look at what has gotten the most engagement and copy it. If they created it, don't be afraid to even republish their stuff. Because what you want is engagement. You want traffic. It's your job afterwards to lead them down the funnel, back to your site, opt-ins, and a whole bunch of stuff. But your competitors are a really good place to really get some ideas for what works. Landing pages, always drive people back to your site. Don't just publish stuff to publish stuff. Just curated content is something that is kind of like fodder. It's like you just throw stuff out, so there's stuff being published and the brand is in front of people's eyes. But whenever you create something original, always send them back somewhere to your page. Because the idea is not to build a Facebook fan page, the idea is to get traffic to your site where people can pay you for something. So, measure. If you're not measuring, you have no idea what's working. So, measure everything. Be a lunatic about measuring. Because if you measure, you know what works. If you know what works, you can repeat that and do more of that. Because it's not about being creative. You don't want to be creative. You want to do things that get engaging. And do that as much as possible, as frequently as possible. Participate in conversation. So basically, you're going to spark up conversations, talk to people, let them know that you're there. Don't just put up content, get comments, and disappear. Engage. Paid web, you can also promote your posts. Now, I'm going to send that. Okay. I'm going to quickly run through some stuff that I've done for this company that has worked pretty well. First thing, your cover image for your Facebook fan page, pimp that shit out. Make it look beautiful. Because when I get there, I'm not going to keep coming back to this. I'm going to get here probably once, and everything, if I hit the light, I'm going to engage with it in my feed. I'm not really going to go back. But if I land here, and there is no cover image, or there's one that has been, like, the minimum effort put into it, it's a put on. It's like walking into a store and seeing all the shit going on the ground. You don't want to be there. So, pay somebody to create a feed of these. So, pieces of content. You can create one piece of content that you have on your website. So this posed edge-graphic thing lives on the website. I've shared it twice. You share it once where you create a custom little image, and then you can republish it again where you publish the whole thing. You have a series of these. We batch them. This took probably, we already have images, this took probably 10 minutes to make. Very simple. Very, very simple to make. And I can repeat what it said. But it's like 50 shares over here, another 50 some odd over here. You can also create very simple lists of things. So, for example, people like food, talk about ingredients. Here's a whole thing for all the ingredients, and keep an anchor to relevance. These are stuff that's in season in February. The very important thing to take away here is be relevant. There's always things that are seasonal in every business. In every business. Even if you have a startup that deals in entrepreneurship, when the web is going on, you can produce content before the web, you can produce content during the web, you can produce content after the web. But you can't start that thinking process when the web is going on. So, things always have seasonalities and you can anchor to the relevance to the moment. You can create a large series of images with a really cool blog post about entrepreneurship and I share it with you guys. Well, if you like it, then that's going to add value to me. You're going to say, oh, hey, this guy shared something relevant to me. I like that. Then you might even follow me or find me or whatever. So this is the same thing. Create images that will encourage people to share them because it's going to add value to them, to their community. Because in the end, you don't want the person that's already attacked. You want the person that follows them, that's their friend, that's in their circle. If you write articles, don't just copy and paste a link. Create a custom image that looks awesome. Always put your link on there in case it gets shared on Twitter and drive people back. We tested doing some custom URLs through some Google Analytics thing, but they look dog shit ugly, so we scratched that. You can also, if you create video, for example, we had a bunch of videos that were all for different yoga poses and shit, and you create one infographic, you put just relevant points of this video's for this, you put them on your site, drive traffic there, people will ask questions. Ask them questions in a very unique manner. Don't just add a status update. That's boring. Create a graphic that represents your company, that drives in that emotion that you're trying to anchor. Ask them questions that really intrigues them. Quotes, you know, I frankly hate quotes. Create a graphic that represents your company, that drives in that emotion that you're trying to anchor. Ask them questions that really intrigues them. Quotes, you know, I frankly hate quotes. Ask them questions that really intrigues them. Quotes, you know, I frankly hate quotes. Ask them questions that really intrigues them. Quotes, you know, I frankly hate quotes. First, and work on producing content that begins getting engagement. Because if you have engagement, then you can leverage that. Now, how do you get all this traction? Because that's the hardest thing. You start doing all this work, but it's for you and yourself to not. So how do you get people to go there? Well, first you get the content, then you get the influencer, then you get the traffic. So, first we have to obviously create content. Once you have content, the more original pieces that you create, you can reach out to people with communities. The next step we'll look at this. Communities, and hopefully, if you've done a good enough job, if you've approached them in an appropriate enough way, they'll find pity, and they'll share your content to their network. Okay? So, but everything, you start from the bottom now. This means, don't go, if you have 0 followers, if your mailing list is 0, don't go to the one who has 600,000 and say, hey, will you share me? It doesn't work like that. You have 0. Go to the one that has 50. Because they're more receptive. Because they don't have a lot of emails coming in. Once you get to 50, go after someone who has 200 or 300. Once you get to 200 or 300, scale up. But don't try and make these quantum leaps of, oh my God, just because I exist, why they should share me. So you have to start at the bottom and just start asking people who just have a little bit more than you. Because you're going to likely fall into grace because they don't have people asking them for it. We have a community of over But we have a mailing list of over 60,000 people. The Facebook page has close to like 30-something thousand followers. And nobody's contacting us for co-promotions or anything, which is absolutely insane. Every time that I contact somebody, it's like, hey, we'll email you out to 60,000 people. We'll share you on our Facebook page. And you get mutual collaboration that leads to more sales and growth. So, in honor of Back to the Future, if you do things with passion, if you create content that's relevant to people, you're going to see that shit can get serious. Because all of a sudden, you're going to have lots of voices chiming in. And the most important thing here is, think about it as, do this now, because you can have pre-product customer development. Before you have a product, if you have just kind of an idea of the market, build a Facebook page. Even if it's not branded for your startup right now, build a Facebook page that's relevant to the general market. Start pumping content into there. Start trying to drive some traffic there, even if it's paid, and beta test the product. Because you need to run these experiments also with people. So, if you're running an experiment of a Facebook campaign of X, Y, and Z brand, and it has nothing to do with your business, if it becomes relevant, and there comes a point where you actually build something that's relevant to these people, then there's overlap, and you have the perfect excuse to say, hey, we built this cool thing that you guys are really going to like. You should go check it out. So, any questions? I went a little slow, I know.
I don't have questions. I just want to share my experience right now. I'm working in digital marketing for some pictures. Have you seen Spider-Man everywhere? I don't know, it's on buses, on the bus stops, on Twitter. They think Facebook is shit. That's what they say. I'm here. In Facebook right now is so powerful, but for them it's just Twitter. And they have to come like.
Let me add one thing to that.
Yeah.
You have to be on the platform where your customers are at. Yeah, the problem is, you have no fucking idea where they're at. So, what I know is that people are on Facebook. If through the course of your MVP and your customer development and your interviews, you start discovering that they're on fucking Reddit, or that they're on God knows where, here you go. Because your only mission isn't to build Facebook. Your mission is to get sales. So wherever these people are, engage with them there. So they might find that they're relevant.
Yeah, the problem is the film industry. How do you measure the leads? Yeah, the film industry. It's if you go to the post office. I mean, if you buy a ticket to go on those hotels, so it's so hard how to measure the leads in that kind of industry.
Oh, well, here's the thing. It's like you have to figure out what is the correct KPI. So, what is the correct indicator that your campaign is, let's say, positive. Let's say it's successful, quote-unquote successful. So, you have no idea how people got to the box office. That's a problem. You have no idea who's watching your ad on TV. That's a problem. But if I drive you to a landing page, and for you to access a special discount or some shit, you have to engage. You have to give me an email, which is very, very low level. Then I know at least how many people I drove there, how many people opted in, and you can kind of make a deduction.
Yeah, it's true. I'm sure those kinds of industries is true that they are big and they don't have to try every day something. It's like, no, we don't do newsletters, we don't do this, we don't do that, we just views in YouTube and followers in Twitter. The page like that they have.
I mean, to them, it might be.
It's like, the way I look at it is, I'm looking at it from my experience. My experience has been scrappy, bootstrapping, I don't have shit, how can I build a community? Build like two or three communities. And the problem is, mass media is like a grandfather who just absolutely does not want to get off the horse and carriage. It's like, man, there's just fucking cars. Drive a car. There's segways. Get on a segway. There could be teletransportation, but they still want to be on a horse and carriage because that's what they're comfortable with. So maybe those platforms are providing them some comfort into they can really control it. They have to, I don't know. But to me, the position that you're all in, your realities are
It's totally different. Yes, for example, last week,
So, basically, answer your question. I don't know how you.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's just to share experience. I don't want to, for example, last week, I launched a website. It's about fashion blogs. And I don't have just the visitors of my web page. It's me, my girlfriend, and maybe my mother. Is the way. Now I have to do all the things that we have set to subscribe and make engagement.
Yeah, I mean, for example, even Cloud. Even Cloud has a good platform to discover content, push it out. You know, and it's all about pushing out stuff. You have to, because it's like you have to stay top of mind. If you're not top of mind, you don't exist. So you have to stay top of mind and visible every day, all day. Because if not, someone else is.
If someone says that you are spamming, then
Don't be relevant. Don't be relevant. If
it
you
doesn't matter. Maybe I have one person that believes in
relevant. That's everything starts and ends with the person. It's just like Google. Google's success is relevance. They're relevant. They give you what you're looking for. So be relevant. Everything that I push out, in general, gets engaged because I found that relevance. I found that sweet spot really fast. You know, so sometimes you really have to, and this is part of your customer discovery process. You have to know the personas of these people to get to know it as fast as possible, as deeply as possible, so that you get to know and you get to develop that instinct that what you see in blog posts, you're like, this shit I have to share. Just by reading the headline and maybe a couple words. Because that's how well you have to know your audience. Because it's going to save you a ton of time. Because you don't have to read the whole blog. You can't read the blog post. But I don't even know why people still write blog posts. Because I don't even know who's still reading them. I know they're getting shared. But I don't know who's reading them. For example, we also created about 40 or 50 recipes with a ghostwriter. To get those recipes, we maybe paid like $600. And those recipes will be used for like the whole year. We've used 4 to establish a relationship with a massive blog that has like 150,000 followers on Facebook. So you can do a lot of stuff for real cheap if it looks good. And the recipes that we made, the girl that ghost wrote it took the picture, and with a little bit of guidance, she improved the pictures well enough to get us on that blog. You know? And I mean, it's all about leveraging, knowing your community, being relevant, but then leveraging other people's community. Because if not, I mean, you can try to pay traffic, but it's much easier to create relevant content, and then, you know, start going with that. Any other questions? No? So no question? A blog. Here's the problem with blogs. You're probably not going to keep it up. So, if you're not going to keep it up, it's going to look really bad. It will look really bad on you. Done?
We can put it
Cut. If anybody wants to talk, we can do it at pizza.
at the pizza. Wait a minute that he's going to reset the camera.
Okay, well, my name is Carlos Escobar. I'm working in Tetuan Valley. The marketing for startup. an introduction, I want to share with you that I found a marketing agency company last summer, and I want to tell about the process that takes us, my partner, Luis and me, what we found in the way, and how we improve our product and also our marketing. At the very beginning, we were just two guys with full of imagination, with a lot of ideas. We just discovered one week after another amazing marketing strategies, infographics, posts, pictures, videos, I don't know, a lot of stuff. But unfortunately, we, as most of the funds of the company, we have like empty pockets. We don't have large budgets to explain, to spend in ads or just hiring commercials to go by door. And going through this investigation, we were kind of lost. We have read a lot about marketing, but then we kind of focus on which strategy to follow. We should focus on email marketing, we should focus on Facebook strategy, so once going door by door, visiting our potential customers, we're totally lost. But after some research, after kind of make some effort, we just focus on guerrilla marketing and social media. Why? Because these two strategies will allow us to have a strong brand. For us, a strong brand is a mix in design and content. As you said, a very good design in Facebook will give you a lot, and we share very good content will give you some engagement with your brand. In guerrilla marketing, for us, strategy to face conventional advertising in the newspaper. It's just not about the money, but it's also about time, it's about effort, and it's about creativity. I like this third one because creativity is not something that founders of companies are good at. So in our case, we were really lucky because our design graphics, she has this kind of painters and people who are designers have in mind that can think and see a building and see another thing, or just a piece of paper and see another thing. I like this campaign because it gives you an overall view about where marketing, about guerrilla marketing should be. It's very simple. You just put a sign up. Very cheap, with a lot of budget, and just with the sign from the pool. What's happened? Happened that it was just walking into the street and other people stop and say, what are you doing? Let's start doing this, and after all, the whole day, the whole week, the police just came and said, you're going to start, and they're going to I don't know, violence to this street because of this topic. And then the next day he just put a sign, help the poor, and nobody cares about him. Nobody pays attention, nobody do anything. And he just tried to help the poor. This was just the same message, so just change far from help. That's all. And nobody cares. So it's kind of the same way that we are very tired of being approached by these NGO young people who say, hey, what do you think of a sign here and collaborate with us and all this stuff. And it's kind of a very different way to be. And also the process. You have to be very clear in your objective, even if you want to kind of have brand awareness or to give a specific message. Sometimes are related, sometimes not. For example, in this example, it's about the message this company wants to promote. This guerrilla marketing campaign. It's about to be careful about the water, don't spend too much water. Also, you have to define your target. Where is your target? What is the daily routine of your target? You can make the impact there. Then you develop a strategy. This is not for shy people. You have to embarrass yourself a little bit. You have to imagine yourself putting a sign with a This is not for shy people. And also, you have to figure out the way to measure the impact. You have to be really have to more or less measure how the impact that your campaign. And then our second strategy was social media. I was going to be review. Social media allows you to balance with your potential customers. It's also about your sales. Make your website more web friendly. It's also the very best customer service because it's sanity and very cheap. You don't really have to be at the home or allowed to be at home. You have not to be in your smartphone and you can answer your customers. It's also about the content, you mean everything good. And it's also affordable. We are not thinking about this. Imagine the impact that Jimmy does with campaign in newspapers or TV. It will be very, very, very positive. But after all these campaigns that we were running for several months, we are not having the expected results. Clients are not following us. So we just try to move or what is called pivot, adjust, whatever. And we were thinking that maybe we are not communicating properly. Maybe we are not focused on which our customers are. So we just adjust our marketing communication and try to put the focus on where our customers are. At the very beginning, we were thinking that we want to be the cheapest of our region, our zone. But that's not the way. There's also another who will do the same at the first for less price. And also, it's not about technology innovation. There's going to be always someone in a very short period with something not technological relevant sooner. You just have to imagine the smartphones. Today they release the iPhone 5, and 3, 4, maybe 6 months they release the iPhone 5S, C, A, E, whatever. So we started to focus on business to business. It's different than business to consumers. Why? I want to explain in 3 steps. The first one is about professional blogs. We just started to put nice content, funny content, or rather to watch the viral or something, but we started to share our knowledge about marketing in a most professional way. And also contact other blogs in this kind of way. The second one is we wanted to attend events. We were young, nobody knows us in our region, so we just to be very creative about how to attend this event or being invited. So my partner contacted another company and said to them, if you hire me for a very low price, I will be doing commercial things for you in these 3 days event. Okay, that's okay, it's okay. But I want some hours to work in my project. The manager said, it's okay, I don't care. So once he was inside the event, he just took another invitation, called me, and I went through the back door, opening the event. And so both of us were into the event, and we were allowed to develop flyers or to give, I don't know how to speak to the people. I'm not playing the event. And also, it's business to business, I think it's about trust. They're not buying good services, they don't trust you. For us, it's very, not expensive, but it's going to be a really long time to companies to trust us. The answer to this was to find people who already trust us because of our background or because of their friends, parents, family, or whatever. And we have found that it was very nice for us to put the lean principles to our marketing campaign. We just found that this is a very common thing, and because of this bootstrapping and always changing things, pivot, adjusting, and really trying to know where our customers are, we start to applying this lean principle to our marketing campaign. So lean marketing is all about small batches. It's about small strategies, maximum of 2 weeks of planning, and so all the sprints. You just need to go through in 2 weeks. You have to create, develop, and measure the impacts, and then figure out if it's work for you to try it again, to put more effort, adjust, change. Why this lean marketing work for us? Because we were full of ideas. We were just implementing like thousands of different marketing campaigns in the same way. So we were trying to figure out which of them will work best for us. So we were just both offline and online campaigns, and giving small pieces of this marketing strategy to the market, and then giving them feedback on them. Also, the magic word that all of you will know about is pilot. You will pilot, and if you pilot, your marketing strategy should pilot. When we were in our market trying to sell marketing strategies to companies in our city, we just found that people don't know too much about social media, about sales, about email marketing. So we go one step before and said, what if we pivot our services and add another new one? Our pivot was to give information, to teach people how social media and marketing will help us to implement their products. This is our business people. Our marketing people was to start giving conferences in the high schools and parents associations, clubs, and almost everyone that wants to have more knowledge about social media marketing. So after 5 months working hard on these different strategies, I just think about, come on, we'll run like 30 posts on the blog, all this amount of Facebook shares, and I think we need to sit down and we're going to work very hard the next 100 days. So we just developed a 100 days plan. Why 100 days? Because it gives you the opportunity to, if you cannot meet to someone this week, maybe the next week, or he's in vacation, maybe you can contact them the next month. So in 100 days, there's no excuses. You just have to develop and implement and measure it in all your strategies in 100 days. How? Well, first you have to make an analysis, of course. Then you will have to opportunity identification, try to know about how do you want to be known at the end of this plan. Then you have to choose the members of the team that is going to be in charge all of these strategies. Then design the commercial campaign or the marketing, implement them, and one of the most important is to track it. It's a very short period of time, it's just 100 days. So if one of them you design and implement it, and the tracking said that you're not giving any shares or you're not giving any traffic to your website or where your KPIs should be, just move, adjust, and try to move on the new one. Make some adjustment, and then at the end of this plan, to be sure to sit down again, and then to see the final reports. Which one was the best? If the email marketing works better than the Twitter, if the YouTube videos are working very good instead of going door by door. So you just have to sit down and then review all the strategy from the very beginning. This is more or less our, you can see, this is more or less our 100-day plan, very easy. Just to give a short view. We were just trying to combine all the possible strategies that 2 people can do in 100 days. We were the first contact opinion leaders, as I said to you, the first network. Then, of course, friends and family, the media, the normal media, traditional newspapers, and local radio. And then we will try to contact consulting firms, but just to be them as a partners, but to try to sell them the products, but we want them to know our company and our service. And then, of course, the offline policy. And the role was just figuring out which strategy fits us the best as 2 guys that want to develop their own agency. For some of this campaign it used to work, and at the end we just figured out that our actual clients, the clients that are right now, and I can say that I have 10 clients, 10 customers. Each of them comes from a different sort of marketing strategy. One of them is from the family, another came from Facebook, another came from your website, another came from the email marketing, another one from a previous contact in another company. So it shows you that you have to prove a lot of things. You have to make a lot of strategies and try to at least touch one of the options that you have to develop and assure the strategy in each of the fields that you are able to for mail, social media, content, videos, interest, photos, whatever. And question? No questions? How are you doing with your marketing campaign? You ready to start? Okay. So, Carmen, follow. Well, it's good time, I think. Jodido el inglés. Que lo han hecho muy bien. Que lo han hecho muy bien, tío.
Y luego el sonido, además que lo quitamos. Me he perdido los 5 de pega.
Big cars, start first.
Go first. Hey, Jorge. Jorge, vamos a ver.
Big cars, start first. Okay. Now we start with guys. You have also mentioned today, like I said before, give your rest.
Luego lo recojo. I think we are actually using this. Is okay? Or is it a problem? I mean, we are actually, we prefer not to use slides for presentation. Is it okay? Or does anyone have a problem with it?
What do we think? It's okay?
No slides. It's okay?
Next slide.
Okay, I prefer no slides this time. It's kind of hard to explain. We can get it. Hello everybody again. You probably know I'm going to ask, sorry, I'm going to talk to, yeah. I'm going to present our electric cars.
Start again, because you cannot continue with that time.
Of course, sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, I'm really tired today. Okay, let's start again. Okay, let's go. There are a lot of companies providing online training car training experience. At the same time, there are a lot of companies that have started to provide this experience because it's cheaper than the offline version. I need to bring actual cars to train. The problem is none of these players provide a real experience of trading cars in the real world. They tend to provide some kind of identificator to their cars to upload this identificator to their website, but it's not the same idea. So we want to fill this hole and provide a platform to allow all the players to create a real trading car experience. They can exchange their cars like in the real world. the technology we want to use is not important. It's not really important, okay? It's just a technology to exchange cards. But the point is, we want to be the trading card as a service. So, to allow any player to enter this market, it's really a huge market, okay, and it's growing, the online trading card market. We want to create a platform that allows any player to build their collection. We want to get money every time this player creates an online album. We want to get any money every time that this creator sells a card pack. And every time someone is trading with the rest of the players with their cards. Okay? To exchange or to sell them. And we want to focus on a narrow target of customers, like small people who can't allow to create their own games in the real world. Like parents who want to create cards for their children, teams who want to create their own collection to sell their cards, companies who already have a card game in the real world and want a platform to sell these cards. And so again, really and we are just a couple of things. Okay. Those are the 3 minutes to tell.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do?
We thought about our customer, as someone suggested us in the last week. We have read some of the books, like Libro Negro del Emprendedor, not the whole book, but it's really interesting, and the Lean Startup book. And we want to go out of the building and go to stores and just listen to the players, see how they play with the cards. We plan to go to the Rasta, and see how they trade with the cards. And we wanted to do this last week, but we just didn't find the time. But from that, we thought about the best way to get feedback for you at the beginning. And we have thought about giving you some topics. We want you to write one good thing and one bad thing about the idea or the pitch or our shirts or whatever. Okay? For every idea you write on these topics, either it's a good thing or a bad thing, you can pick a copy from this. And the most things you write, the most candy you get. So we need to
Good marketing.
we need to know who our customers are, or who people really think about this idea. So with some marketing to force you to do this.
I mean, and your business model camera?
And you want to see that, of course.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Yeah, you don't have time to explain, I just wanted to tell you your comment.
No, it's not finished.
Okay, very good. Okay, first, your teammates, your classmates, sorry. Any of you have any feedback for them? Yeah, or?
You were saying that, so can I have
May I have my sorry.
What?
My
Very good. No.
So you were saying that the software you're implementing is not important at all. So I think it's better if you just don't say the saying is not important. So you can use this seconds to talk about something that really important.
If you want this in the process, you can have it.
Okay, this was due last week. This is due this week. Okay, very, very bad. I guess it's because you're tired, but really, I don't think doing without the slides was a very good idea because you couldn't focus. You didn't know how to explain your idea and you completely lost me. Okay. Not good luck. Mimi. Okay, please let me master, please evil. We let him master evil.
First of all, I have no idea what made you think that not presenting the slides was halfway correct, because that's the point of the presentation, to give vision. Because when you ask me to look at one picture, and you keep on going through information, I don't follow. I don't remember, and as soon as I don't see any additional cues, I don't follow. What are the age of the users?
Age of our users?
Yes, how old are they?
Depends on the segment, but young kids, or kids that like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh!
And do you believe that this young segment of kids are going to pay you in those multiple times that you said? They're going to pay us for this, and they're going to pay us for this, and they're going to pay us for this, and they're going to pay us for this. Do you really believe they're going to pay you in all of them?
As when you buy a car back in the street, you pay for it small money.
Yes, and then I don't pay again.
And when you have enough cash, of course you don't pay because you trade with your cash.
But I'm not paying.
No, you are not paying this.
Yeah.
You want the amount response?
So your assumption is that they will pay you.
This kind of customer just will pay small amount of time until they get enough cash. Yes.
And how many cards do you have?
How many cards?
Cards, yeah. How many cards do you have?
Basically.
Yes, how many cards?
Yeah. I didn't count them, but I think it's in the range of hundreds, maybe.
And what problem does this solve that you hanging out with your buddies can't solve?
The idea that I don't have to bring my deck with physical cards.
So the most important thing, the experience, you want to cut out. The card and the human interaction.
Yeah, no, because you can exchange your card with your cell phones, for example.
And another thing, when you say online trading card market is growing, I can tell you that the dead banana pie market is growing. It's as valid. How do you know this? Prove it.
You think you want numbers?
It's a presentation, man. Of course. If you have no metrics, what's the point? It's all make-believe. You need to convince people that what you're saying is grounded in truth. That's your validation process, and you have to reflect that.
Wait, I have one slide of that.
We didn't see it. Okay, so, yeah, man, slides. Slides prove that everything you're saying is grounded in truth, and yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
This is the first day I'm a newcomer here, so I have no clear idea about what was the name of the project. I think it should be great. Like to start like my algorithm is this car, and I like the idea of trading cars as a service platform for whatever it needs. maybe just getting like one liner at the beginning is a great idea just for people like, oh, there's the big card thing, so they can later on know you at least for your project name. And I agree with Jimmy about the presentation because the message I get is card decks are uncomfortable or whatever. It's like people messing around with cards. And that's the background of the presentation. So the message is something like uncomfortable, black and white. So even if there's no slides, and I was a huge Magic the Gathering player for several years. Traveling around crazy with decks, so I know this is a big thing. But I'm still not getting a clear idea of what are you doing, even if I understand the as a service thing. I know, like, are you trading with the phones, or are you trading some physical stamps that with NFC codes that later on can... I get the idea, but for example, here's a revenue streams is card pack sales. So if you're trying to get rid of the card packs, how do you pretend to get revenue for card packs? That's something I don't have it clear from your perspective.
Digital work is busy. Digital work.
Okay. Fran and then Pablo and then...
Peter.
Huh?
My name is Peter. I think for starters, if you want to present with us slides, you have to be a public star. You have to own the thing, you have to speak, you have to, like, if I'm not having the visuals, then you have to shine. But with that, I mean, that's not really point here. I think you really need to sit down and think what's your value proposition. Because right now you're like all over the place. We're going to sell cars, we're going to sell cool albums, and we're going to be a platform for service, and we're going to print your children's photos. So you're like thinking like all these different revenue streams. Like in this point, I would say that is smart. Pick one. Decide which one really makes you different, and focus on that one. Focus on making that your business. Everything else will come afterwards. But pick the one thing you think you really do well and you do differently, and explain it. You only have 3 minutes. So pick that thing where you're really going to be good at and explain it to us.
Like this to...
Like, no, yeah, but I think it's something you have to think about because I think it's not coming across because you don't know it. So sit down, both of you, and think what it is that you really think that you're going to be doing differently. I heard that you plan on doing something related to Bitcoin and whatever. I think that's important. It should be here because it really is something that makes it different. And sometimes buzzwords are bad, but sometimes they're really sexy. Coming today and speaking about social and mobile, obviously is a very bad idea. But if you're talking about the biggest thing right now going on, you should mention it because it's very creative thing. But I have seen your presentation 3 times already, and I haven't heard it because people that interview you. But that should be here. And it's probably in your hands. So just work on
From the point of view of the person who first saw you, I couldn't really get the pain. And so I was a bit lost. And I also want to say another thing, just for you to think, because it may be correlated to this INCP I do see. People is creating profiles in like virtual cards or virtual characters when they play with some games in the internet. I mean LOL or WoW, those things, and they spend a huge amount of time making those characters, and those characters have value. People want to buy them, and people want to sell them. But as far as I know, there's no platform to sell and buy those things. And maybe maybe you want to think about that.
I like that.
I'll add one more thing. Whenever you're going to pitch, never make any excuse for why the pitch is not going well. Especially not now, because everyone hears the problem type. So don't position yourself like you're special. position yourself like you have something fucking amazing to share with everybody, and that you really work really hard. So I'm tired. Never say that.
Thank you.
I want coffee. I have coffee. I want coffee. I have feedback for you, and I don't want to let you down in the course.
Okay, you're ready now. No.
I will do it. Okay, it's fine, you have to do this at the end. So you're gonna be sure.
I think we will introduce checklist. All you know that everybody is, but everybody good. The point is, many people don't like it. Don't cook because maybe because they don't like it, maybe because don't have enough time. And on the other hand, many people who love cooking, maybe they need extra money. So we know tonight to use it in a platform to make. So in this system, then when we are going to eat something with a cook, we look at for typical restaurant or fast food service. But we would like simply to be a different option. What is the difference? Simply, you can see it in your area for local food and find the one who matches your preference and connect with it. Where is the money? Our business is a consulting fee model. The user pays to cook our food and simply get a fee based on a percentage of the result. This is a current online food ordering market. Sindelanta.com is a Spanish company that manages these numbers few years later. On October 2012, was acquired by Jesse. And Jesse manages 800 orders per minute. But they are our peer competitors because our focus is the collaborative consulting. This is some example of the startup that's working in our area. Like Bucar is currently in Tetuan Valley, Barcelona. And we are the team, and Paula Garcia comes to host it. Thank you for listening. This is our business model Canva. This we will focus in customer segment. And we have detected two kinds of users. The cook user. We have this These are the profile and the user. These are value propositions. Groups gain money, missing new relationships in the network, and the user is prepared, save effort, save time, this alternative to it coping. The activities need more work in this part. At the moment, food discovery by marketing or similar, so we're development of the platform.
Yes, very nice presentation. I want to just ask you about your promotion channels and what you want to start with and what will be.
We are going to do marketing online with Facebook and Google AdWords mainly. And we are going to maybe start focusing in some areas in Madrid, for example, in Malasaña, Africa, where there are restaurants and people have the food kids, things like that.
But what exactly will you do? I mean, okay, marketing through Facebook. Well, what exactly? We'll just post some, I don't know, interesting story about hookers or about some different type of cuisine or something like that. How exactly do?
We are going to make some kind of survey based on some profile, based on Facebook profile. People who love food, who doesn't have time, these things that we are telling here. And the other one, we are going to try to spread the collaborative consortium idea like Facebook. I have also because I think here in Spain, where we are going to try to start, we have not yet the pricing like in other countries in Europe. They have space, so we are going to start on this idea.
It's strange because you told us you work on the value propositions, and when your pitch, when you told us about the proposition, you were really that you were just there's a lot of restaurants and we offer this. You can take all the value propositions and put it in there. This is a great opportunity to negotiate that because it's healthy, because it can help people with time, because you can get extra money. It's like you have all the information and you forget to put on that. Okay. When you were talking about your competitors, I think you should include some kind of just remind everyone why you are different from them. Because it's like, okay, there are a lot of people, a lot of restaurants, a lot of competition, and this is the thing. So the idea is like, okay, but what's your big plan to compete with this other platform? I didn't get that clear. And also, when you were talking about your okay, it was like previous slide, like improve scale. Maybe it's kind of a point of discussion unless you include some kind of certification or validation that cookers are using professional health measures. Given they are cooking at home, maybe it's that not so clear. So I don't know if you thought about including some feedback. in the app, because I imagine that's an app, right? The main page is a broader platform. There is also something that I'd like you to read about the Uber and BlaBlaCar and this they also article last week on calorie consumption. And the problem is like, from the point of view, maybe you want people just to collaborate and earn some money, but then you're going to say, okay, but you're the balance taxi because people are working, you're earning money, and people are not paying taxes for the job they're making. And I think you should try to figure out that before going live, because the one profiting is people cooking, but also you. And once they are profiting both, then those keep coming.
Jimmy Ross said one of the best ways to know people, to know what they need, what they want, face to face. And you say, okay, we're going to start in a small area. I think that's the right thing. Go very niche, very concrete person you're going to target. And then if it doesn't work, you move to another one. But I want this specific group. You say you want to go to Malasaña, but then you say, okay, we'll start by survey, we'll start by Facebook. I think this week what you have to do is go to Malasaña, say, who are my users for my group, and talk to them, and meet them in Malasaña.
Give me the remote. Okay. You expect me to read all of this or pay attention to you? Too many words. Not too bad because it's the only slide you make this mistake, but you are putting two concepts in one slide. Too much text, too small. So it's the only bad thing in a very good presentation. So change it next time. Okay, we said slides are free. Post-its are not free, but are very, very cheap. Use more of them. I know this is some kind of application, online application you use, so you have to put everything. For different concepts, use different post-its because this way you can change them when you validate them. Try to separate the concepts. But what is more important is the customers. Like here you're saying that cooks are everybody and users are everybody, and you are planning to go to Malasaña just because you think maybe it's interesting. No, you have to figure it out. Different kind of users, different kind of cooks, different profiles, try to understand them. Like Jimmy said, imagine where they are and try to go there and try to validate that these people are interested. So maybe some kind of people, like maybe housewives are interested and unemployed people are not interested, or I don't know. You have to learn about that. Don't do a survey on Facebook. Maybe in the future, but not right now. Right now you need to figure it out who these people are, try to understand them, and try to validate which one of them are willing to pay or willing to cook for you. Okay? Okay.
A couple of quick things about your presentation. I think that right now, first of all, it improved a lot and shows that you have put a lot of thought into it. But right now, I get the feeling that it's like two presentations. It's like a Frankenstein. Like half of it is still the last style you had with like cartoons and stuff, and the other half is like a photographic picture kind of thing. Right now it's like in both worlds, so you can choose and try to make it one style. So, and the other thing is when you said you were explaining the problem very well, and then you said, so this is chutney, and then the next you said this is chutney, and the thing that came up was this girl and McDonald's, very good. And it's like, why is chutney? No, it's like it was a weird choice of, the flow. And the other big thing, I think when people ask you questions, and that kind of, you should project like more security. Like you should avoid things like we will try, we will make, no, we will do this, we will do that. So maybe try this on, no.
Well, I was as a professional consumer. I would emphasize
the healthy lifestyle. Maybe I would like to have to buy some food that in just street, for example, I would just buy fast food. Because this is a platform that provides homemade food made more. So another valuable system is that I will rate, if you have it in mind, it's true, I will rate the service of the food, classify it by the customers. It will be a nice platform to find information.
Okay, Jimmy.
As far as the presentation goes, just off the bat, you start off with a cover where person's confused. That already sets me as the audience in a negative point of view. And why is that person confused? Especially confused looking at the brand name. That's horrible. Person should not be confused looking at the brand name. That's on the cover. Going through it, this whole bullshit of using Breaking Bad slides, what the hell does that have to do with anything that relates to your brand? Keep in mind that whenever you present this to somebody, you want to transport it into your world. Breaking Bad is cute, we might laugh, but it does nothing for your brand. Zero. Now, logistically, who's going to deliver food to who?
We are going to give the food to choose this software. I mean, the examples are going to send like in their profile. I'm going to deliver the food at your home, at the restaurant. So the customer, I want to see, well, I want to go to which place to eat the food, I choose it. But if I don't want, I don't choose. Like it's kind of easy.
I would urge you to validate. Whenever you do validation, base it on trying to discover previous behavior. Don't ask people if they would go pick up food. You want to validate whether or not people have traveled physically to pick up food to bring back to their house. If that is a no, then you don't have that as an option. For cooks, if they have to make deliveries, they better be within a 1 block radius, or else they don't have any business. So, logistically, it's a problem. And legally, are you 100% sure that you can legally do this in Spain? Have you verified this with the law, with the lawyer?
We like to live.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you the same thing that I tell the team that we have there. She still hasn't done it, and you're wasting time if you don't figure that out, because that could be the end of your business before you even start. So that's the foundation for your validation. Can we legally do this? Because there are problems with health codes as to who can prepare food to sell commercially and the kind of installations that they need, because a lot of times they at minimum have to have a food manipulation license, and then additionally they have to have special facilities. So you can't just maybe sell food that easily, so I would just validating that before anything else. And your positioning, same thing we tell our team. What makes you special to the competition? You're trying to be another in the same space. I would suggest doing the thought experiment of how can we matter to a very specific group of people. One of the examples that we've used is, what if you did like that high cuisine? So you get really, really freaks about cooking. They make very special, very specific Ferranaria type of plates. You connect those at a high price with people who want to experience that. But matter to somebody. Right now, you're going too broad, so it's going to be very hard to find even the core group of users, because your message is going to be diluted. So,
yeah. Isa, you want to say something? Very fast.
Very fast. Okay. I wanted to say that maybe referring to the legal problem that you might have. I have heard that people that do similar things, they position themselves as clubs. We are a gourmet club or something. Maybe you could, I mean,
Good idea. Very good. I will do your plan. You do it. I don't have time. I love you, but I don't have time. Yeah, I hate to cook when I have to. On the weekends when I have no time. No, I don't like that.
Pues escribo el positivo, porque sin manos, tío.
Hello everyone, good night. We are a thinker, and we thinker is trying to come in news and social data. Right? So imagine right now we are in a world full of data, full of newspaper articles, posts. I don't have to prove it. We know. We know everyone that we are full of data. So imagine that you have to read all articles from newspapers and photos from social networks. What happens to you? You get frustrated. It's impossible to do. So you get a frustration. Any business can do that. So what we think for that is analyze the data, start patterns and commerce relations between people, companies, brands, bands. So analyzing all this data, we can automatize all this process, extracting all the data automatically, right? So our data-driven products are two kinds of products. We visualize any kind of patterns, relationships. We say which is the sentiment of a person, a company, and then we have an API, a user's API, a data API, where any developer or business analyst can connect to our Thinker TV and can extract all the data about their entities, the data that they are interested, and they will aggregate it with their own data. So what we do, we gather data from many sources, we process it, we aggregate it, we analyze it, and then we keep the insight, which is the mind. And we link the dots between the sources, the persons, the events, the locations. At the end, we store everything as a huge network, right? So you can discover information from one point to another, linking all these dots. So our competitors, Google, Yahoo, they have huge departments of research, so they can do whatever they want. Bottlenose is a company of social media analytics. It's very important in the US, and we have Reuters, we have Bloomberg, that they are doing, currently they are doing news analytics for finance sector.
Then we have page 1X, which is a guy from Spain who went to MIT, and what he's doing is analyzing the covers of the newspaper by the images and the sizes. So it's another analytical company that is our competitor, and the rest are companies that they are social analytics or financial news analytics. At the end, what we do is something. So what we have done with which we have developed all the business canvas and also some back-end development for the advanced work for the hackathon. So our key partners, we have data journalists, market researchers, business analysts, developers. Then our key activities is the maintenance of the platform, of course, the modeling of all this data, probably all this data from the newspapers and from social networks for hacking, for making bigger our users, our base users, then develop the business. So our value proposition is make aware of information about entities, universities, about people, organizations, events, etc. And then our data products. We think that our products are data-driven products, and also user experience. It's so important. Design of our web, of what we are doing for and giving to our customers and users. Customer relationships, automatic services through an API, through visualizations, possibility of custom dashboards. The users or customers, they can do their own dashboards. The sponsor consultancy, we can go to business, to the place, and say, what do we want to analyze? We will help you. And then customer relationship management, something to have direct content to social media or email or telephone. So our customer segments, first, we want to make it open to everyone, right? So it will be restricted, but it's going to be open. It's something that the rest of the competitors, they are doing. You have to pay for doing something. And then we have the niche customers, which are business or organizations that they are willing to pay for our data. They want to analyze their brands, their events, their names, whatever is being said. And then our sponsors, those companies, something like the channels. Channels, online, social networks, resources represented.
You're looking at this the wrong way. You are looking at your customers like what they mean to you, and not who they are. Like who is going to pay for your product?
Going to pay marketing departments, political parties that want to know what they are being said by their
put that in the customer box.
Okay. So, process structure, value-driven, revenue streams.
Time's over. This first teams. Nobody on teams wants to give feedback? Okay. Then Paulo, Sonia.
But maybe just a small feedback about some slides. As for me, there were too much words on some of them, and maybe I just took something wrong. But you were talking about the design and the importance of the design. So maybe it would be better to check the product state first. And well, because sometimes a lot of teams just spend a lot of time on the design, and finally they got to the idea that it wasn't useful for their customers. And just maybe I took something wrong from the presentation, but don't spend a lot of time on the design at the very beginning and just Just to.
I think you improved the presentation. It's probably better than the last week, but you didn't take out the yellow. Please get out of that yellow over white because we can read it. Okay. And also there were too many words. Without the words, instead put the keywords on the slide. You're going to explain all the things you are written. You're going to explain that, so you don't have to write it down. And maybe you get with the time, but we didn't find the difference between all that massive competence and you. It's why I think it's better than the rest.
Yeah, if you wrote it wrong, I asked the American clerk, and you put it on yellow, but it was not the real word. You have
So which one? Competitors. Yeah, competency is from someone.
Yeah.
Competitors. Yeah, I realize.
Don't put in yellow. If you can read it, then don't put it. But if you put it right. What I've seen some startups do, and it's very good, it's you do like a diagram, and you put where they are, your competitors, in what segment, so you position yourself, and then you can visualize why they are different. Because you put so many brands.
Yeah, try to classify them.
Yeah, okay.
I think you forget the two competitors, text analytics and agriculture.
Yeah, sure. And also there is someone from Madrid.
I feel like there's something interesting, but I have no idea exactly what it is. So it's like, I know you're going to deal with data. I see you have a lot of pretty data visualization, but not exactly sure what I can do with it or what another company can do with it. And there's two very conflicting terms, which is discovery and insight. It's like, will I just be able to tap in and discover data, or will you actually give me something made with that data? I'm not really sure what exactly you're proposing that you're going to solve for me. So yeah, that's very important. Where are you going to get all this data from? Rolling. Huh? Rolling. Okay, so exactly what type of data are you going to give?
Text. And we are going to structure the unstructured. We are going to make target and make analytics.
Can you give me really quick, like
for example,
a use case?
For example, do you know mass or Barcenas?
Don't ever say do you know. Just give me a use case.
For example, politics. Everyone is saying something in the parliament. They are talking about economics, crisis, whatever they are talking about. So it's a way to make it analytical. So you can have the time series, you can see how they are increasing or decreasing in some terms, and also you can link different values.
So why you instead of the other competitors that are already anchored into sentiment tracking?
It's not exactly what we are going to do is sentiment tracking, is because we are going to try to link all these persons and people. It's not going to be plain. We are going to have time dimensions as a graph. I'm connected, I'm mentioning this, the Paris or the web, I'm mentioning this.
I wasn't just trying to focus on discover some very, very practical use cases for sort of your customer service. So you can begin creating a narrative that's based around problems that you're actually going to solve and for whom. And the other question is, how much is this going to cost for the request?
But then we are going to do a prototype, which is going to be something not fair, but we are testing it, and at some point when we get final, we will hire many people to have to train all the models and to create a huge product environment.
So for you to actually go to market, you need to get funding?
Not exactly. We are going to test it on this project. At some point, what I would like to have is a group, a bunch of people taking cars that they will make it happen.
I would suggest trying to focus on the problem and less on the technical solution. But I think that we kind of have the technical part now, but this whole, what is it good for? Please not.
Okay, let's have a minute.
Must be. Why do I like to read all newspaper in the world? I don't have a clear idea. That's the initial slide. Why do I like to have all the knowledge in given point? I don't have it clear. So maybe it would be there like, what would you like to know about the current topic? Or what would you like to know about the things that matter you most? Because you are focusing on what people are looking for, instead of trying to get into the big sample. Also, one of the big competitors I think it's missing. It's not related to just text analysis, but Wolfram has all these kind of real-time reports, doing some kind of semantic report. So I think that's one of the big players with this platform that came out, Wolfram. And I can say that it's Wolfram Alpha that has all kind of mathematics. He has all kind of interesting samples. Just check them out. Also, I don't know what you are kind of these entity universes. For me, it doesn't make sense. So I think the surroundings of something interesting. Maybe for me it would be like topic semantic data or topic relationship or something like that. I think it obscures the message. Like even it works for you. I think it's coming from programming, not for being able to play it out. You know. And last thing, it was about the photo of the seal. It seems like some party hard. So I would like to check that. I don't know if anyone else look like, hey.
Okay, exactly.
The computation slide, I said, I was showing that we spent half the presentation talking about professors very broadly. So these people, they do this, these people, they do that, these people, I think you should focus on what's important about that. Maybe put on the examples, but only mention what's really important and don't start explaining other people's business. And on the other side, I think it's really important to, when you are saying to use cases, I think maybe the slide where you have all the process or the universe and the decomposing and the analysis, maybe there you could use one example that makes this more clear to people that are not so familiar with it. A really good example where you can easily, and then you have the graphics to drive it through.
Okay, new homework for everyone. This goes especially for Victor and for you. Next week, on the first slide, I want you to put the name of your company, your logo, okay? And give me one sentence or top 2 sentence notes explanation of what your startup do, and I want this explanation to pass the grammar test. Okay? Maybe later, after you have got that, then you can change your presentation and do something more original. But next week, I want you, all of you, to be able to do that.
Okay. Hello, my name is Marco Soria, and I'm going to present my company, Tetuan. We already know that people are willing to pay a fee to get an amazing experience with other guys inside the building. But what happens when people go outside in the building or private areas? This is what I found. I found many web apps that are in the web, other in the smartphone. But there are too many companies, but with few options, or they are always talking about the same thing. So we want to take a step further. We want to create a marketplace where tourists can find amazing content through audio guides, depending on the location, the length of the tour, the also that create the guide, and also a rate. This marketplace also have a platform to create your own e-tour and make money with that. And when we grow up, we implement advertising, geo-located advertising. The business model is long term. We can, where everyone posts e-tour with the audio guide. Every time the tourist pay for an audio guide, they get 70%, and we as platform get the 30%. So every time everyone buy e-tour, I earn money. Our milestone. On August of 2014, we are going to launch the web app. By January of 2015, we're going to have 40 other guides in Madrid. In June of 2015, like 2,000 other guides overall in Spain. And by the end of 2015, we are going to make like 25K a month per year. Thank you very much. It's very small for you, but what I'm trying to do this week is focusing on customer segment. That means now is people that are willing to pay a fee for the extra writing and reading. So I want to focus on this kind of people and try to make the same experience outside the window. And I mean a lot of games here, but I think that that's the most important that I learned. I also have been working on competition with trying to position over there on audio lights, and that's it.
Okay. Eva, question. Okay. That is right.
I think just one comment. In Julie's milestones with goals and objectives. You want to talk about objectives? It's not
Okay. No? Yeah.
Just one thing, I don't like your photo. You can just give your face or
Okay.
You did talk about your book. For example, to explain something in Madrid. I don't think they have this audio feature. So you may want to talk about them and then say that we have these different features that they don't have. I think that would be a good slide with this information. And another thing about the milestones, I'd like to know where those numbers come from.
Okay, it's about, I only calculate that if I have like 2,000 e-books, and I have like 20 downloads per e-book, you might calculate it.
I think it's, obviously there's shit ton of problems, but so if I understood it right, let's say
really knows Madrid. So Carmen can do her, let's say, hacker space, startup space, tour guide in Madrid, and I'm an entrepreneur, and I down and I buy Carmen's guide, and I have family in my ears guiding me and all this shit, right? That's what you're proposing. Okay. Where's the map feature here? Because how am I going to get to the spot where she starts the tour, and how am I going to follow along? Because that's one thing. And how do you propose on convincing very interesting people like Carmen? Because if you don't find people like her to create the maps, you have a lot of competition. So how will you find people like her, the ones that invest her nothing time into creating content that's very valuable for your platform?
Yes, I found that there are people, if you want to be a guide to a physical tour guide, you have to go to the and get a license for do this. So there is a lot of people that don't have this, and I think...
Yeah, but those people are valuable. But she hasn't heard anything about it. Yes. I don't care about seeing the landmarks that are in 7,000 books. I want to see something very special. Because what are you going to do? Replace the book? Well, I mean, that's just a buy book. I don't know. There's really not much differentiation between you if you do a generic thing. But if you do something very special, like very special tours of areas that are normally not covered in books, then I'll probably buy it. But if you buy a tour guide, like a Promise or a Mulch or whatever, you've got all that information already there. So, I don't know, I think I see a positioning problem. How are you going to get people that actually are going to create content that's of value? Because right now, it sounds very generic if you just go after people who can't get a license to be a tour guide. And so yeah, I don't know. Oh.
When I saw the screen with the iPhone screen, I said that was the slide of the deck. You know, it was the name, super small font with the value proposition just on top of the icon. And it looked like some kind of website, like a mobile. But it was like all the information about the presentation was already there. Like all the use cases right below the icon, on top of the value. So I said, like I said before, just maybe it would be better just get into a couple of them. Just put your value proposition in bigger type so people can see how it works. And
now I want to see stuff.
Okay. Sam wanted to say something?
Yeah. I was just saying that, oh, you didn't explain very well, like, how you make money from this. Like, you didn't explain if you make money off of each audio guide, or if every download you make, like, a commission, or however it works. You just said, every month we're going to have 25,000 dollars.
70/30. Each time he sells a tour, the publisher gets 70, he gets 30.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't an ugly slide. It probably wasn't very good.
Okay, Isra and
I agree with the comment of the mobile slide that it's like 2 or 3 slides explaining all the little letters below. Also, I wouldn't, in my opinion, I wouldn't mention anything about launching or something like that. You go in and you launch or you're testing and growing your product with the time, but don't have this obsession with launching date. And also, regarding the comment of Jimmy about the, you should focus maybe on art or entrepreneurs or something, but you have to find what to focus on, or at least at the beginning. And I disagree that this is the same experience that reading a book, because you're listening to a person that already knows this place, telling to you while you're looking at it. So I think it's much different.
I think you should think about your name because it's very, very generic. And it's probably very early for that, but eventually you're going to want to have a Twitter account and a domain for your webpage, and probably with this thing you're going to have a website.
I found e-tools app.
Okay, but maybe it's very generic. I don't get from that as related to other guys, and I'm like, so I'm going to try to don't think about it. And the other thing is, eventually you're going to have to justify that number about 25K a month, because it seems like you put it out in there. But eventually you're going to have to justify it. By the end of the program, at least you're going to have to show some.
Yeah, please don't put bullshit on the slides, please. Yeah. Everybody here knows bullshit. If you have some valid data and you can extrapolate this information based on something real, maybe, but not the idea, because here everybody knows it's not true. But also the milestones, you could put them on homework, not really on the slides, it doesn't make much sense.
No, it's because the last time we saw the presentation from with the 10 points, the back of the page.
Yeah, okay.
But this is milestones.
Okay, that's right. Now your milestones are like you don't have enough information for these milestones to be real. Once they are real, then of course put them. But you need some real data to justify what you were saying. And right now your milestones are trying to do the homework for the company every week.
Get rid of that.
Other thing, for your customer interviews, you should try to find out who is the people that are going to do the audio guides, why they, like Jimmy said, why they will do that. So try to find some of these people to make interviews to them, and then figure it out who is going to pay for your product also. So try to identify which kind of people, like I'm traveling for work. I'm traveling for pleasure. I'm European and Asian or whatever. And try to figure out who's going to pay for your, like, old people, young people. You know, try and make interviews with them.
One last question. How many audio tools do you think you need to launch a demo? 100?
Really with real people. I think like 30 or 40.
First of all, validate where that number comes from, because if we have 5 that are really interesting, that's all I need to know. So I would say, my own personal opinion, see if you can launch recording them yourself in a weekend, and put something together, and try and launch something really scrappy, really ugly, really dirty, but to get people's feedback, because what you're proposing of doing is not that hard. Because it's basically downloading the audio. That's it. You know. So I think you should probably launch it yourself without going trying to convince other people.
You have an advantage over the other teams because your idea is very easy to understand. But you don't have to waste all the time that other teams have to waste explaining your idea and where it comes from, because everyone, I mean, you say we're going to sell other guys the money. We all understood. So you have the rest of your 3 minutes to really convince us that you are the guy that's going to do this, how it's going to work, and how you're going to be rich and make for your business. So if you have 3 minutes for that, most people have to do it. But you have to choose it.
And your guides are going to be specialized or are going to be generic?
Everyone can create whatever you want. So what I want to create is a marketplace where the most quality tools are the best, and you can filter by topic or by.
I would suggest to start with the bar. With the bar and alcohol. Everything, like, no bullshit. I think a lot of people, young people with smartphones that discover that you can take them to the best bars that are cheap and have huge free plates of food. You would save them time and money, and they enjoy it.
Okay. Danny?
Again, maybe it will be just useful for you. I think I have an idea of how you can find people to record your intros. Now the storytelling is quite popular, so there are a lot of reunions of people just them talking and talking stories, and you can just contact them. There are some clubs or something like that, and they are really happy to do that. They do it just like this, and you can just ask them to record some, I don't know, demo versions for you or something.
Also, go search for audio artists, so people who work with sound as an art form, because these people are really into exploring new ways of projecting sound. So maybe they might find this platform interesting to create some content for.
Okay, cool.
Durísimo.
So thanks, we are here today because we think organizations and individuals alike have a problem today, keeping the data up to date, accessible, and structured. Consider this example. Two consultants are required by the host to update some previous report, including 3 documents, expressing on 180 pages, including 250 data, from 15 different sources. So we follow from that. With the technology today, they have the option, they can resort to, firstly, to document management system, and this system stores what we call it. This data is not up to date, so eventually we will have to resort to revisiting the provider's website. It has happened that the data is unavailable, so we will have to even browser make web browsing, which is really time consuming. And eventually, all this data we have retrieved have to be checked against the original data in the report, and possibly they will have to amend this data. This what we call is not really working. And ignoring this fact means ignoring that 200 million dollars workers today spending 25% of their time making research. Taking into account their salary, this means companies are wasting 2,000 billion only in data retrieval. And that's why we are here today, because we want to make people save time and we want to make companies save money. How? First of all, by using our repository, open data from many different sources can be open from many different providers, such as universities, researchers, governments, can be easily retrieved and accessed instantly and always up to date. But even more important, so far, data has been completely detached from the reports, from editing reports too. For our consultant, this means that even though the underlying data have changed, the report haven't. So they have to update the data. Fermi proposes to bind data and reports. So whenever data changes on the repository, the report will be updated too. How we can make it? Our platform built on top of our repository is the cornerstone of this technology, and on top of this we can plug different apps. We have to work. There's no way you're going to see them here. Just to highlight what we have done this week, just to make clear which are our users and to differentiate them from our clients. Because there's a lot of people who are looking for information, very good information, like everyone can do that, but there's not many who can pay for that information. So we are looking for consultants, analysts, and so on, and we need these people here to provide us this information because we cannot be uploading this information. So we want to do some forms, 2 different forms, to see what do they want exactly, with how do they work, with how do they look for information right now. And we need these people that normally are reluctant to join these internet facilities to know what can we do for them so they join the platform and they upload information and to know which can be these people. They exist, I don't even know why they exist, but there are other users that join Wikipedia and upload content all the time, and we need those people in order to create value, in order to create our platform. We are trying to make like some kind of cheathead or this is another proposition that we are asking for homework. But we have to do too much work there.
Anybody? Yes? No? You need Conrad Cesar, and then.
I have no idea what you mean. Zero. You sound, on one hand, like Google, but then you have a little one. So then I say it's not Google. People sometimes they keep it simple. I think you have to keep it as simple as your audience, my personal point of view. I have no idea. I'm lost, absolutely lost. Yeah. So out of this, how do you plan on making money? I have no idea how to do, but
I didn't make it to the point.
Yeah, but how
Premium. It depends, like a premium model for GitHub and GitHub.
I don't know what GitHub is.
You don't know what GitHub is?
What kind of person are you?
It's a new service. This is a platform, so
zero GitHub. It doesn't affect my life.
Imagine it.
It's not your grandma.
I am
Grandmother!
it's a place where you can upload content, you can make a revision.
What content?
GitHub or this? No, GitHub is for software. Software. So, and we are doing this for copy data, with the kind of data that is structured tables usually. You have one table with revenues in a company, and you have all the historical data. No?
No, dude. I'm not getting it.
Okay, the colors are very, very ugly.
I think we can go colors plus everything within the rectangle. The whole thing.
In some slides, there are a lot of data. And we lost with some slides.
I think it's difficult with just to explain it, especially for people that are not dealing with big data, Heroku, NoSQL, and things like that. But I'm sure you are thinking about a concrete example where you want to use it. So maybe start by that.
I think it's a good idea. I think think about how did you have this idea? Like, I was trying to do something with big data and I found this problem and I thought, oh, it would be great if I have this solution that do this magic, amazing. So could tell a story, maybe?
Okay.
Try that. Maybe it won't work, but you can try that. It's very difficult what you are trying to explain, but even the other person get it.
Politically remote. Remote? Yes. Quick. Okay, if you have, this is a really bad idea to have a lot in there, because it doesn't mean what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that the information is linked, and this means to me it's unlinked. If you have one data and it changes, it is blocked and it can get out. Okay, so take care of that block. And also, it happens this. We have this, and then, okay, so it's better if it, like you do in here, you're showing little by little, you can show this little by little. That's one point, that's one, and then there's one point together. And you cannot read that. You can read that, I can. Data in whatever. So take care of the doors because people can read things. And also, it's really important the story. You have to explain something, a real problem. Go for the real problem. I think it's better explaining this time than the last, but you have to go
Okay. Let's have Ali and Nathan.
Okay, could you fast forward to the customer segment? We are moving a bit, but yeah, let's to the after the canvas to the customer segment. Yeah. Hi, I'm the public administration here. Also, so we are very reluctant and inefficient. Thank you for the thing I get it because I think I create over maybe, I don't know, hundreds of reports a year. It's real thing. I know it's because I have to go taking data from everywhere just to get every custom report for whatever they want. So we are inefficient? No. Okay, just explain. We are inefficient because there are no tools, like you said. So, so basically, I'm getting to the same kind of point. If we don't have the right tools, we cannot make our work properly. And this is very important. You don't have the tools, it's really pain in the ass just to write reports and do it again. Like, oh, maybe we should just focus on what's the color of our server. Oh, it's silver, it's black. Oh, let's take a record of that for the new whatever. I know. The main problem here is to do this properly, you have to have a CMDB, Configuration Management Database. So that's a completely different goal. Like Jimmy said, it's completely outside the end consumer. I also have the doubt about I don't know if the slide with Deloitte and that's all, it's kind of a current customer or something you're looking forward. I think it's really great idea, but the main problem from my point of view is it's really the kind of one-time reports that you are kind of looking for. I think it's a really important problem. But I think they are super customized, and I think it's really hard to. If you solve the problem, that's perfect. For me, it's perfect. And the other thing, I've seen you like the proposal is that people just submit the data. I think you have a very big competitor here in Open Data. It's CICAN. It's the repository for Open Knowledge Foundation. So they have lots of data sets. People just submit it because they know it's going to be open. And they know that by submitting the data, it will be kept open because that's basically the idea. So you have to find the people submitting open dataset are already submitted them to CCAN because of ideal. So you better go for the money. People that just go like the Amazon group, just putting the data on the platform, maybe even paid or whatever. Because on the open school, I think that's a good story.
Or related to that is, well, you didn't have the time to spend your business model, but looking at the customer segment and partners, that it looks something very difficult to explain. I don't know how you're going to get money, because the people that seem to be able to pay, you say they're not going to pay, and the other people, students are not going to pay for sure. And maybe based on what Cesar just said, you should make clear how you're going to make money.
I see that you have a lot of potential customers. It's great. Maybe you should do a plan like not try everything at the same time. Like go to different.
Big numbers.
No, I meant you have different potential customers. You have researchers, students, public administration, knowledge workers, consultants, advisors, analysts. And one of them, you want them to be your early adopter, right? Don't try to satisfy everybody at the same time. Maybe do interviews to some of them. Try to see which ones are going to be your early adopters and try to start with them. Don't try to do something for everyone at the same time. Like and it's good that you have your open mind and your plan, and you say, we're going to try with these ones, and then with this one, and then with these ones, but start with something. Don't try to go to everybody at the same time. Okay? And also, the key partners is the same. Like,
yeah, that's the point we have. We have to distinguish between the people who is going to allow the content, because now it's working, they are only customers, but most of the people can be at the same time, big partners.
Try to find one that is going to be the source of your information and your customer at the same time would be great.
So, exploring your idea, I like to target this public administration because I'm also kind of early adopter. So I propose to you a use case. Right now, there is a big movement towards open government. The idea that government should be accountable and citizens should be able to know what government is doing. So just say, okay, government, we will just get your data into our platform, so we will empower citizens to know more about what you're doing. So
why we say metaphysics, because it's very
I would say, right, maybe that's one of the use cases. Just go for it, just say, okay, we can just make your data available to citizens, it will just an idea.
I think you have two kinds of people that will listen to this presentation. There is the ones that you're going to tell, the ones who need have for big data, and they understood that's it, kind of presentation. And there's the whole other people that don't know what that's about. And that's the kind of people you have to keep in mind when you're presentation. I think that your presentation is very technically oriented. It's like you're trying to convince us that the technical thing is solved. But that's not the point of this presentation. It's explaining that this is a business. And so you have to think from that point of view. I think you should start over. Not because this is terrible, but because this is very technically oriented. So you should start with the other half of people in mind and try to convince them that what you have is a business.
I just was about to say that academic world also don't have money.
Just one last thing. I think you guys are really technically smart, because that's what I assume from what I see. But I think instead of giving me the scientific name for a duck, try to tell me just it's a duck. Try and keep it as simple as possible, but because you never know who you're going to have to pitch to, and you might, because you don't put in the effort right now, you might alienate even a group of people who might really find potential in what you're saying. So I think you should things as low level as possible, but maintaining your point of the potential solution here.
Would be hesitating somewhere.
I think it's really, yeah, I think that, no,
I agree.
I'm not gonna answer.
I don't agree with him, like, you're technical people that get the idea, and also people that will say, what? And that's the kind of the people that will sing the country. So go for it.
we're adding stuff, put in another gradient too. You know, just add more gradients while you're at it.
Okay.
Chicos,
Good night, everybody. My name is Jared. I'm going to present you Caballo. Caballo basically is a project focused on the development of technologies in order to improve energy efficiency for residential. Okay? So this is the problem. On the left, you have my electricity expenditure since 2011. Okay? As you can see, the price is going up and up year over year. Okay? Part of that, the other problem that the consumers have is basically that they don't understand the bill. Okay, so we think that there is a space that we could cover and have additional value, which is basically increase the consumption awareness. According to the consultant companies worldwide, it seems that there is a huge market around home energy management. Okay. And of course, there are a lot of players here. The competition is very sparse. Most of the companies are coming from automotive, for example, home automation. There are also companies working, let's say, from the IT and software development companies. But there's no any company that are focused on the main problem of the customer. It's basically try to do the control of energy. What is or how does it work? Basically, we are going to have a device inside an app for home, okay? And we are going to acquire the data. And we are going to give the final user the possibility to monitor this data and check what is the historical data, for example, and what is the real-time data regarding the okay. So we think there is a gap. Yeah, as I said before, there is a gap which is basically the customer engagement. So the customers now, they just pay every month or every 2 months, but they don't know in advance what is going to be this final. Well, since so far we are also carrying out a gap analysis in order to try to identify where the skills are missing, and finally, these are basically our goal and objectives for this year and next year. So basically, we want to launch a pilot and install 100 devices on the field. Why? Because we know that we are going to have a lot of towers, technical towers, and so the hotel type of issue. We want to launch these devices and receive the 50,000 customers in order to improve the system. I think that's it. Okay, regarding the homework, basically, it's a lot of brainstorming. Okay, we already put here basically all the outcomes from the previous work in the last month regarding the business plan. But sorry. Regarding the customer segments, we have the channels, which is basically how to standardize the residential market, the residential customer. So we want to focus and address the residential market, but we need to segmentize this market. We try, doesn't look like in my computer. We try to develop this type of analysis. This is an influential map where we can see all the relationships between the potential customers and also the key users. Okay. So we want to relaunch this activity, which is basically a segmentation survey. So the Google applications. And we already did it some months ago, but we didn't have enough answers, in our opinion. So we want to continue working on this to have a clear picture of the different sectors. In parallel, we are doing a lot of work about the different analysis. So we are preparing this type of text for every single competitor around the European. That's all.
Okay, teams first. And me first, and then Paul.
Just a little bit of feedback. Last day we were talking with one hand, just explaining everything with one hand. And today we were talking with both. I think it's cool.
You look more relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe because
like more
it's
confident.
Feedback. Small fonts, no, please. So a lot of information. The first graph you showed, the first slide, it has no source. So not the second one, the first one.
Well,
yes. Yeah, that one.
It's my view.
Okay. Yeah, on the colors, some slides you show, for example, competitors or things like that. I don't understand the choice of the colors. So, for example, you want to.
No,
yeah.
there's no any need regarding the colors.
I prefer one color for one concept and one different color for a different concept. I think if you visually can understand the slide, that would be much better. That's all.
And Paula?
I do want to share this data to the electrical companies as well, because it's not I'm imagining seeing or with my bill, I'm matching with the information in the app, I'm reading, if it doesn't match, it's like, I'm going to call my electrical company.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky because our goal is not, let's say, to be the substitution of your account. But we cannot do it because of the evolution. Okay. And it will never match the let's say, error. Okay. But it's going to give you the segregated information for each circuit of the selected circuit. Your meter today, you just have the total amount of power going to your home. But you don't know where are you consuming it. But we can also include this personal data.
I have a look at because I have heard that by 2018 we are all of us need to have something like that in our houses because the prices of the market are changing and like that. I don't know if the device is one license, so I am going to have electrician and
Yes, you are going to have one which is mandatory in Spain, 2019, and in Europe for 2020. But this is smart meter, they call it smart meter, is basically for the total consumption. And they are going to share this data, okay, from our page. But there are a lack in the law because the distribution companies cannot share this data with the retailers. Okay, and the retailers are the ones who are invoicing or billing.
first slide with the graph. If your build, you see it for 5 feet because it's like hot state. In the you the slide when you say that you work with the slide with the modern water, this slide I think it's better than the other week. I don't like the photo. And after there are a lot of slides with a lot of data. I lost a lot of data.
There is
no, in all the slides. This one.
And maybe it's better to use the logos there.
I don't know.
Okay, I forgot one thing, but I don't want to. Just one thing about the objective slide. I don't see a roadmap. I just see a.
Yeah, you're right. We have sorry, this is the map. This is the running roadmap, but that's for the hardware. So it's 5 years for long vision.
Okay. I'm going to say something and you give me the roadmap for me and me. Like they say, radio with this one, but building blocks, I don't think it adds any value in this. Besides that, very, very good. Explain very good. The rest, I don't like any of them. Like what you do here, I can read anything, and I don't want to read it because it's too much information and it doesn't say anything to me. But you put so much information in all the slides that we get like overloaded. We cannot absorb this amount of information. We cannot. And use one concept per slide. Like you try to elaborate on this concept and try for people to get this concept. And your slides should try to help you develop this message. So think what do you want me to remember after you show me this slide, and try to emphasize that with the slide. If you put so much information, what I'm going to do is to shut down and don't pay attention. Thanks. I think it was Isabel and then Pablo.
Okay, I'm only going to say anything about the slides. We have to also be careful about the contrast of the colors, because starting from the logo, there are 2 letters that from here you can see them. So if you want to use light colors, you have to use dark background or something. So be careful with it, because then you lose happiness.
Very well. On this slide, I would kind of explicitly do problem and solution. So this is the problem. This is what I solved. I think it makes like better contrast. I'm also about the building blocks. I'm not really sure if people would love to go and disassemble the breaker panel just to put it inside. So maybe
that was
it's quite clear because I get I know I get to put around the wires, but I don't know how safe it would be just to go around and how legal. But you can open this. The other one that is closed is the one with the aggregated data. That's the one you can open. I know. Also, it was not really clear on the presentation how you make money. There's no one slide like, okay, I'm going to license this, or I'm going to be getting money from the final user. And also, most people say you have lots of text, but I really value that. You have just go down deep research about the topic, so your key competitors. And I imagine like this is like two parts, like one just to show the presentation and other for the homework. And I think the homework part is really strong. And I think it's really
Can you go back to your house build slide?
With what type
The
of
one
car?
where it says house build?
Video.
Okay. I understand you're going to aggregate data and show me data of my consumption. How does that save me money? So I have to go and turn off my refrigerator? So, what is the value of me looking at the obvious things that I have to connect? Because I don't just have 4 freezers for fun. Then I say, holy shit, I can turn off the freezer. Everything that's connected has some purpose. So, what value do I get from seeing my first world lifestyle?
Yeah.
You may. Okay.
Well, there are two, let's say, two approaches. One is to give you like an analogy. Okay, first you need to measure, and then to take some action. For example, when you have a break or washing machine, and now there are plus 8, plus. Okay. So,
I don't have any money to buy a washing machine.
okay, but for example, the approach could be I can send you real-time pricing for the vertical market, and you can not switch off your risk or your risk one, but you can change your behavior and put connect the washing machine in the night.
That's a very, very large leap of faith in that assumption that you are going to change people's behavior. So, I don't know exactly if all of a sudden this thing did magic and it turned off my lights and it turned off something and it turned it on and then if it did something where I don't just see data, I would pay for it. But right now, I look at it that maybe I'm not your target consumer. Maybe you need to go to big companies or YouTube or something like that. But right now, I see this and I say, that's going to be excessive. I'm just going to see how much I'm spending and I'm going to really have no actionable step to lower those bars. Because I can't unplug the few things that I have.
But I would be willing to do it because I'm paying more than 1,000 euros.
Yeah, but you have to look at it from the view of the customer, not yourself.
Okay.
I disagree. Anyway, you measure things, you change your behavior. People measure the activity, and there is a trend to measure your activity, and people are more active. And you are measuring how much you trade, and you are Peter now.
Yes,
and you say,
but I see a direct value though. I don't know how to fix that. I can't just turn off my
that's my point. You didn't explain what's the service you're going to provide. I think you should focus there, and that's where you can differentiate from the competitors. I really like that you started with a real example, that you put the real data, but okay, my electricity bill, and when you say mine, I was thinking also about mine, to know if I spend 1,000 or 500, then it is also 80% higher. But competitors, you should be careful, because there might be people in the audience that know your business, and you said there is nobody doing this, and there are people doing that. So you should be careful. You should be careful. And yeah, just one comment. There is a Spanish company from the Basque Country which is called Batio, which is doing that. Yeah. But it's not, well, not that this, I read through it, because people say you cannot read through it, if you want, you can, and it's not that. So you should be careful.
About the name also, your name is Kat.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, put it and then they discover that there was a computer.
Okay, now.
Hello.
Well, everything they said about the floors and the contrast, please take care of that. And this slide is the perfect example of please use 2 slides for this. First you have to explain the bill and then you have to explain the solution. And
you don't tell us how much it costs to the user. So we can make all the numbers and say, okay, if he's paying 101,000 euros a year, how much is gonna spend, and that number. And the last thing is you did something really hard. You gave us storytelling, changing from one point to another, really strange. I couldn't follow you. It's really hard to follow the storytelling you did, but you were really calm and connecting with that, and it was great in that way. So you have to make all the art of your explanation, so we can follow you on the story.
Okay, for next week, why don't we try to get 3 examples of 3 real people that could use your product, and how much they spend in electricity and how much they could save using your product. And try to validate that they really would use, it's good if you first talk to these people and just try to understand them, but then try to extrapolate if they would really save money and how much they will have to spend in buying your product and how much they will save using your product.
I don't have standings for
Right, so I will make your shirt.
Hi guys. Hey, my name is Sadie and my project is called SMART, that means so smart before people. So actually I'm not an artist myself, but I surrounded by art people like dancers, musicians, photographers, so. And they always complain about the fact they really like what they do, but they cannot make money with it. So the real pain point is talent commercialization difficulties for artists. From the other hand, we have all these event organizators like art residences, festivals, some, I don't know, scholarships, grants, and so on, who are looking for special talents. And they also complain about the fact that they cannot really find a special talent fitting to their needs. And they are ready to hire it, so they are also ready to pay for such kind of service. So, in class, we have this special talent search problem that we can resolve. So, what is the solution? My solution is to provide some kind of interactive platform connecting artists having difficulties in their talent commercialization to find the notions like scholarships, grants, events, and so from one hand, and the event organizers to the special talents from another. Where is the money? Basically, the prototype will be looking like this. So, just a choice of who you are, artist or event organizer. And basically, this represents 2 parts of segments like B2B and B2C. And I will start with B2C sectors. We basically asked our customers what do they like and what are they ready to pay for. And the answer was they were really lost in tons of information on the internet about the opportunities, and they want some kind of structured information about the opportunities they have, like grants, art residences, and events, with the sort of filters from location up to the amount of money, so like this. And we created some opportunities database to provide to them. And we made a demo brochure. And for them it will be like for free, it will be a simple premium version. And in addition, we will sell them some kind of product starting from expert hints to the detailed opportunities database. We tested some of them and we have already some sales through it. And as for B2B, it won't be free from the very beginning. It will be some kind of about the homework, right? And how can I find it?
And by the way, you're not B2B, you are B2B2C. En cualquier caso, you are not B2B, you are B2B2C, because you need the...
It's both actually.
What?
It's both. So I have two segments. I have B2C and B2B. And I have a combination of them, and I provide special products to each segment.
Okay. But do you need the...
To explain it better, yeah.
Do you need the artists anyway?
Yes, and B2C.
Okay.
So, yeah, next time I will explain it better. Well, basically this is about to show you that my homework was done. And I was talking about everything here in my presentation, except maybe promotional channels. I have a lot of partnership in this field of activities. So my partners are art communities for B2C mainly, and some art galleries and festival organizers and so on for B2B. So I will build these partnerships. So I will do some affiliated launches with them. So maybe it would be interesting to film some reality show of a real artist looking for funding and just to show step-by-step process and just to use it like a free advertisement and just to attract a lot of people on their platform using it. And simple as usual, contact products and podcasting in radio, just taking interviews from different artists and just using it like free promo to attract people. As for the cost of structure, yeah, so the cost structure, sorry. I have the cost of sales. It consists of the technical platform annual cost. I think developers know it better than I do. And well, as for the marketing, we have two different parts for B2B and B2C. For B2C, it's like traditional ways, and as for B2B, I understand that there is no common database for it. So I will hire a person just to call every partner and to discuss the conditions, the partnership conditions individually. That's it, please.
Give me a start.
I feel that this is overcomplicating a bunch of things. Because right now, they're going after so many different verticals, from the events to the informationals to the galleries. I look at it from the point of view of you can always scale. Let's say you grow and you get to the point of like Amazon selling everything. But you need to start off just selling books. So it's like, how can you simplify this to where artists obviously need work or to sell their artwork? And who's that one specific group of people that would really be likely to need that service? And just work with these two people. Everything else, think about it as you can always add that in the future. Because right now, if you have to go in 20 different directions, you'll end up doing 20 different things very bad. Instead of doing just 2 things, awesome. So I would look into simplifying your whole B2B, B2C type of deal and just making sure that you just have 2 very clear parties. Because I also see this as, it kind of feels like a dating website, where it's like, I'm a man or a woman or a gay or a lesbian or whatever, looking for A, B, C, or D. So it's like, I'm an artist looking for a gallery. I'm an artist looking for an event. So it's very simple kind of to just connect these 2 people and just charge them a subscription fee to connect. Something like that.
But I'm not really sure that you pay just for the connection.
I'm just speaking whatever I'm thinking, but right now I feel like it's super complicated because you also add that slide that you hop in that free and we're going to give them information about where they can find this and that and little things. When what they really need is your core competency, which is going to be connecting them with galleries, for example, and focus on that. People try to focus on too many things, and a lot of times that just comes with a little bit of insecurity of getting your first steps and getting started that you want to cover up too many bases. You erase as many bases and start validating. Do A and B need to be together? Yes or no? Well, B, no. Well, A and C? Well, maybe. And just start validating, but step by step. Don't try to batch everything in off the bat. And are you familiar with sadomasochism? Sadomasochism? Because your name is SNM. That's sadomasochism.
Yes, I thought the same. With that idea, the whole presentation.
Okay, we'll change for the next time. What are your proposals? The smart card will be okay?
The smart card? Yes.
No, smart card.
The smart card.
I don't think of leather and grips and shoes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Maybe you can change it. Maybe there's a market for that.
I don't
What if they have money? You never know. Don't alienate money.
Okay, Frank.
Actually, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
Just okay. So for the people who see it for the second time, just
I thought it today. It wasn't. I didn't thought last week. I thought today, like a sudden. I was watching your logo in the slide.
Maybe
it's the last things I wrote. Bed or did on my life.
There's a Rihanna song about this. Okay.
About the revenue stream, I'm not sure if you can escalate them. So you sort of think, okay, it's very nice. For me, it looks more like a Kickstarter first page. And I don't know if you grow, if you can offer with those prices, if you can grow. If you need to provide 1 million expert hints, I don't know what that means. If that's, you're charging €1 for that. If you've got thousands of customers, can you provide that at that
I
price?
didn't get the point of view. You think it's possible to grow or it's impossible?
I'm not sure you can. If you grow, you won't be able with those prices. The cost of providing the service probably will be higher than the money that you get. Because you need many people to provide those services.
I agree with you,
But it's just one product.
It's like, for example, funding opportunity database for $5, I would buy that right now. For example, if it's a funding opportunities in the European market for $5,
Yeah.
perfect. But how much money are you going to spend to create that database? Because if you're
It's already
going
created.
what?
It's already created, so we have some kind of demo version. And basically,
No, not the database itself, but the content in the database. The information.
yeah.
Is it already
I have another project that's already working and many liking. It's called money making. Sorry, it's called Smart Migration, and it's about how to be mobile using the smart opportunities like education and business abroad. And basically, what we did, we created a lot of tables, very structured. So countries like this, and a lot of criteria like this, with all the sources and all the. So it's still the amount of money everybody spends a month in such a country. And actually, for this project, it was quite simple because we made just an abstract of art opportunities from this. So
you already have the database?
70% ready.
How many records do you have in the database?
It's 25 countries for the moment, and we split them from the field of art, actually painting, photography, and so. And it's about from 10 to 50 from each of these one, with all the deadlines, all the requirements.
You should put that on your
That's something that valuable that you have already.
Yeah. But actually,
It's already on the advanced deep opportunity. Yeah, I'm not going to present this. Yeah.
So you have that point. Yeah, and I would add that I think revenue streams need to be validated because you also have to think about the value that you're providing versus the value that somebody is going to extract from it. So if you charge me $5 for an opportunities database,
it's a simple one, but a detailed one.
you charge me $5 and I end up making 10,000 from that, then you need to charge a lot more. You know, so I would say you have to validate every single one of those because there's more than likely you won't need 80% of what's there. 80% is probably just going to take up time and resources, and you'll probably end up just making money off of one or two of those propositions. So those as simple as possible, right? Do yourself a favor and simplify everything to where you have very clear parts that you're going to go after in your validation process. Because you can't validate 100 things at the same time. You're going to go bananas.
I have another suggestion. When you started the kids, I got the idea like artists people want to live from their work or from the doing painting or dancing or whatever. But then we are into talent commercialization difficulties. And I think this is a very strange word saying I want to live from what I love doing. And I think like everyone knows what is to love what they do, and everybody could relate to I would love to live from what I love. But if then you switch to talent commercialization difficulties, people are like what? So I think that if you focus on you're going to be able to live from what you love doing, people would be able to relate more than if you go to big work.
Make money, making art.
Yeah, make more.
Okay, guys, that's all. We will send you the homework by email, but you already know what you have to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.